Meanwhile, at Jurassic Park, someone in the feeding facilities has to calculate the exact nutritional requirements for a 20-ton Brachiosaurus, even when the supply truck is running late. Welcome, friend. You've wandered into another quiet corner of worlds made of wonder. Tonight, we're stepping into the sensible shoes of a nutritional specialist at Jurassic Park, where feeding creatures from the Mesozoic era becomes a meditation in meal planning, and where the most revolutionary theme park in existence reveals itself through the most ordinary of jobs. Here, behind a desk cluttered with feeding charts and vitamin supplement schedules, you'll discover that even when you're working with dinosaurs, someone still needs to count calories and balance macronutrients, no matter how magnificent the animals might be. So before you settle in for this shift with me, take a moment to like this video and subscribe, so we can keep bringing you more tales from the ordinary side of extraordinary places. Let me know in the comments where you're listening from tonight. It's always good to know who's keeping me company during these quiet watches. Now get comfortable. Let the quiet hush of the room surround you, and allow the small steady moments of a Tuesday at Jurassic Park's herbivore nutrition department to guide you gently toward rest. You push through the glass doors of the Herbivore Nutrition Center at exactly 6:47 a.m., 13 minutes before your official shift begins. The building is located on the eastern side of Jurassic Park's main compound, positioned strategically between the main veterinary facility and the massive refrigerated storage units that house the tons of plant material consumed daily by the park's herbivorous residents. The familiar scent of the office greets you, a combination of fresh-cut grass from yesterday's Triceratops salad preparation, the earthy smell of compressed alfalfa pellets, and the faint chemical sweetness of the vitamin supplement powders stored in the back room. The air conditioning hums steadily, maintaining the 68-degree temperature that keeps the office comfortable and the nearby cold storage at optimal conditions. You pause for a moment in the entry area, allowing your eyes to adjust from the bright morning sunlight to the softer interior lighting. Your footsteps echo slightly on the polished concrete floor, a surface chosen for its durability and ease of cleaning when feed samples inevitably get tracked through from the prep areas. The sound is rhythmic, left foot, left foot, creating a gentle percussion that seems louder in the early morning quiet. The building is quiet at this hour. You're the first nutritionist to arrive, though the prep crew has been working since 5 a.m, and you can hear the distant sound of industrial mixers from the feed preparation warehouse next door. The mixing sounds are muffled but consistent, a low mechanical rumble that provides a steady background to the morning silence. The reception area features posters showing the nutritional needs of various species, a colourful chart displaying the calcium requirements of growing Stegosaurus juveniles, an infographic about the fibre content necessary for optimal Brachiosaurus digestion, a detailed breakdown of the protein sources suitable for Parasaurolophus adults. These posters are faded slightly from the tropical sun that streams through the windows each afternoon, but they're still legible and occasionally useful for quick reference. One poster shows a cross-section of a Triceratops digestive system, with labels pointing to various organs and brief descriptions of their functions. Another displays a timeline of dinosaur growth rates, comparing juvenile to adult sizes with helpful graphics. The reception desk sits empty this early. The administrative assistant won't arrive until 8 a.m. The desk surface is clean and organised, with a neat stack of visitor sign-in sheets on one corner, a cup holding pens on the other corner, and a desktop computer screen showing the screensaver animation of slowly drifting clouds. A small potted plant sits near the window. Its leaves are healthy dark green, evidence that someone waters it regularly. Your office is the second door on the left, marked with a nameplate that reads Herbivore Nutritionist, Dr. Hayes. The title always feels slightly pretentious. You have a doctorate in animal nutrition, yes, but the work itself is fundamentally practical. More about spreadsheets and feed schedules than groundbreaking research. Still, the park insists on proper titles for all scientific staff, maintaining professional standards, even in an environment where the subjects of study have been extinct for 65 million years. You pause with your hand on the doorknob, noting that the brass has developed a slight patina from 3 years of daily use. The door itself is solid wood, with a small window at eye level. The glass reinforced with wire mesh, standard institutional construction that prioritizes function over aesthetics. You turn the knob and push the door open, stepping into your workspace. The office itself is small but functional. A desk positioned to face the window overlooking the feed storage silos, a filing cabinet containing nutrition records for every herbivore in the park, a bookshelf loaded with reference materials ranging from standard veterinary nutrition texts to the specialized research papers that InGen's genetics division has produced about the unique metabolic requirements of cloned prehistoric animals. A second, smaller bookshelf holds 3-ring binders filled with feeding logs, organized chronologically by month and year. The spines are labeled in neat handwriting. Feeding logs, Janmar 2023, feeding logs, Apajun 2023, and so on, creating a physical archive of every meal served to every herbivore during your tenure. Your desk is an L-shaped configuration that provides ample workspace. The main section holds your computer, keyboard, and mouse, along with a desk lamp with an adjustable arm. The secondary section serves as a work surface where you can spread out papers, review reports, or write notes. A desk pad protects the surface, its corners slightly curled from humidity despite the air conditioning. A pencil holder contains not just pencils and pens, but also a letter opener, a small ruler, and a highlighter marker with a dried out tip that you keep forgetting to replace. Your desk chair squeaks slightly when you settle into it, the same squeak it's had for 3 months now, which you keep meaning to oil but never quite remember to address. The sound is a soft creak that accompanies any significant movement, a minor annoyance that has become part of the morning routine. The chair is ergonomic and comfortable, adjusted over months of use to support your back properly during the long hours spent reviewing feeding data and adjusting meal plans. The seat cushion shows a slight depression where you sit, the foam compressed into the shape of daily use. The window beside your desk offers a pleasant view of the feed storage silos, massive cylindrical structures that rise 3 stories high, their metal sides painted a neutral beige that matches all the park's service buildings. Beyond the silos, you can see a strip of tropical vegetation and a slice of sky that's currently displaying the soft colours of early morning. Pale blue with thin wisps of pink-tinted clouds. A small bird lands on the sill outside, a brown sparrow that pecks at something invisible before flying away. The computer boots up slowly, its fan whirring as the system loads. The machine is 3 years old, perfectly adequate for your needs, but not cutting edge by any means. The monitor is a flat-screen LCD, its border slightly yellowed with age. While you wait for the startup sequence to complete, you flip through the paper logbook that sits permanently on your desk. A backup system that predates the digital records and that you've maintained out of habit and practicality. The logbook is a standard ledger-style book with green cloth binding and ruled pages. Each page is divided into columns for date, time, species, animal ID, feeding event, quantity, and notes. Your handwriting fills the pages in neat, legible script. Years of practice have made the data entry almost automatic. You can flip through the book and see patterns emerge. The gradual increase in juvenile animal portions as they grow, the seasonal variations in certain feed types, the occasional notations about weather events or maintenance disruptions. Last night's entries show that all scheduled feedings were completed on time. The Triceratops herd received their evening browse at 6:30 p.m. The Brachiosaurus family got their specialised high-fibre mixture at 7:15 p.m. and the Parasaurolophus flock consumed their calculated portions of aquatic vegetation at 8 p.m. No incidents No rejected meals, no digestive issues, reported by the evening veterinary staff. A quiet night, which is exactly what you hope for. The night shift supervisor's initials appear at the bottom of each entry, MR for Maria Rodriguez, confirming that someone verified each feeding was completed properly. The computer finally finishes loading and you log in with your credentials. Username, dies, password a combination of letters and numbers that you had to write down the first month because it kept slipping your mind. The password is stored on a sticky note in your desk drawer at home, a mild security violation that you justify by the fact that no one but you ever enters your apartment. Your fingers type the password automatically now, muscle memory taking over where conscious thought used to be required. The desktop appears showing a background image of a Brachiosaurus family grazing peacefully in Paddock 7, a photo you took yourself last autumn during a particularly beautiful sunset. The three animals are positioned in perfect composition, the adult male in the foreground, his long neck extended upward to reach the upper branches of a tree, the adult female in the middle distance, grazing at a lower level, and the juvenile between them, his smaller form, still impressive at 12 feet tall at the shoulder. The lighting in the photo is golden and warm, the kind of light that makes everything look idyllic and peaceful. Your email inbox shows 43 unread messages, which is about average for overnight accumulation. The number sits in parentheses next to the inbox folder name, a constant reminder of the steady stream of communication that flows through a large organisation. Most will be automated reports, feed consumption summaries from the RFID sensors at each feeding station, weight update alerts from the scale systems embedded in the paddock walkways, vitamin supplement inventory notifications from the supply management system. You'll work through these systematically once you've completed your morning inspection routine. But first, coffee. The break room is just down the hall, and you can smell that someone from the early prep crew has already started a pot. The smell is inviting, rich and dark, promising the caffeine that makes early mornings manageable. The scent drifts through the building's ventilation system, and you can detect notes of the medium roast blend that the facility stocks, purchased in bulk from a supplier on the mainland. You stand up from your desk, the chair squeaking its familiar protest, and walk down the hallway toward the break room. The corridor is lined with more informational posters and several framed photographs of the park's herbivores. One photo shows the entire Triceratops herd arranged in a dramatic group shot, the animal's distinctive frills and horns creating a striking visual pattern. Another shows a Parasaurolophus standing in shallow water, its duck-billed head lowered to feed on aquatic plants. Water droplets caught mid-splash by the camera's fast shutter speed. The break room is small and practical, with a counter holding the coffee maker, a microwave, and a mini refrigerator that various staff members use to store their lunches. The coffee maker is a commercial-grade machine that produces decent coffee in large quantities, essential for a facility that operates around the clock. It's a 10-cup drip machine with a glass carafe that shows some staining from years of use despite regular cleaning. The warming plate beneath glows orange, keeping the current pot at drinking temperature. You pour yourself a cup in your personal mug, white ceramic with herbivore nutrition depth, printed in green letters, a gift from the department head last Christmas. The mug has developed a brown ring near the rim that won't wash out completely, evidence of daily coffee consumption. The inside shows similar staining, creating a patina that somehow makes the mug more personal, more yours. You fill it about 3/4 full, leaving room for cream. The coffee is fresh and hot, exactly the right temperature to drink without burning. You can tell by the colour, a dark brown that's almost black, that it's strong enough to provide the desired caffeine kick. You add cream from the small containers kept in the refrigerator, no sugar, stirring with one of the wooden stir sticks that come in bulk from the park's supply department. The cream swirls through the black coffee, creating temporary patterns of light and dark before mixing into a uniform medium brown. You take the first sip carefully, testing the temperature before committing to a larger swallow. The first sip is always the best, that initial hit of warmth and caffeine that signals the day's work is truly beginning. The coffee tastes slightly bitter, with an earthy undertone that's characteristic of the medium roast blend. It's not gourmet coffee by any means, but it's hot, caffeinated, and familiar, which is all you really need from morning coffee. You take another sip, then carry the mug back to your office, walking carefully to avoid spilling. Back at your desk, coffee in hand, you settle into your chair with a small sigh of contentment. The morning routine is proceeding exactly as it has hundreds of times before. There's comfort in this predictability, in knowing exactly what needs to happen and in what order. You set the coffee mug on a coaster to the right of your keyboard, positioned where you can reach it easily without risking a spill onto important papers or electronics. You open the overnight feeding reports, clicking the appropriate folder icon on your desktop. The system takes a moment to load the files, displaying a progress bar that fills from left to right. When the files finally appear, the data displays in neat spreadsheet rows, paddock numbers, species designations, scheduled feeding times, actual feeding times, portion sizes, consumption percentages, waste measurements. Everything is colour-coded: green for completed feedings, yellow for minor deviations, red for any issues requiring attention. All green today. Every feeding completed on schedule, every portion consumed within expected ranges, no waste beyond the normal 5% variation that's standard for large herbivore groups. It's satisfying to see this visual confirmation that yesterday's meal plans were successful, that the animals are eating well and maintaining their health. You allow yourself a moment of professional satisfaction, acknowledging that this positive result reflects countless hours of planning, coordination, and adjustment. You cross-reference the consumption data with each animal's individual nutrition profile, checking that the caloric intake matches the calculated requirements based on current weight, activity level, and health status. This requires opening multiple windows and files, arranging them on your screen so you can view the consumption data alongside the requirement profiles. The process is methodical. Select an animal, view their consumption data, compare against their requirements, check for any concerning variations, make notes if adjustments seem necessary, then move to the next animal. The Triceratops herd's lead female consumed 127 pounds of mixed vegetation yesterday, exactly within her target range of 120–135 pounds. You note this in the tracking spreadsheet, entering 127 in the appropriate cell and watching as the cell automatically turns green to indicate the value falls within acceptable range. Her juvenile offspring ate 43 pounds, slightly on the high end of his 35 to 45 pound target. But that's expected. Growing animals have variable appetites, and a slightly elevated intake on one day is not concerning, as long as the weekly average remains appropriate. You enter his consumption data and note in the comments field, slightly elevated but within acceptable range for growing juvenile. The Brachiosaurus family presents more complex calculations. The adult male requires approximately 440 pounds of food daily, divided between high-fibre base material, protein-rich supplements, and calcium-fortified browse. Yesterday, he consumed 437 pounds, well within acceptable range. You enter the data, then drill down into the details to verify the proportions were correct. 280 pounds high-fibre base, target 275, 290, 110 pounds protein supplement, target 105 to 115, 47 pounds calcium-fortified browse, target 45 to 55. All components within range. Excellent. The adult female ate 389 pounds against a target of 380 for 10 pounds. Again, you verify the component breakdown, all within specifications. The juvenile, now 3 years old and growing rapidly, consumed 156 pounds, and you make a note to review his growth charts and potentially adjust his caloric targets upward next week. You open his growth file, which displays a graph showing his weight gain over the past 6 months. The line trends steadily upward, showing consistent growth at approximately £35 per month, which matches expected development for a juvenile Brachiosaurus of his age. The morning slips into the comfortable routine of data review and documentation. Each feeding event requires verification. Each animal's consumption needs recording. Each deviation from expected ranges needs investigation or notation. It's meticulous work, attention to detail applied consistently across hundreds of data points. But it's also deeply satisfying in its precision and order. There's a meditative quality to the work, the repetition, the careful checking, the systematic progression through each animal and each data point. You take another sip of coffee, which has cooled to the perfect drinking temperature. Hot enough to be pleasant, cool enough to drink freely without careful sips. The caffeine is beginning to work its way through your system, sharpening your focus and clearing away the last remnants of morning drowsiness. At 7:23 a.m, your desk phone rings, breaking the quiet concentration of data review. The ring is a standard electronic trill. 2 short bursts, a pause, 2 more bursts, repeating until you pick up the receiver. You pick it up, cradling it against your shoulder while continuing to type notes into the computer. Hayes Herbivore Nutrition. Morning, Dr. Hayes. It's Chen from Veterinary. Just wanted to give you a heads up that we're running a routine health check on the Parasaurolophus flock this morning. Should be done by 10, but we'll need them held back from their mid-morning feeding until after we're finished. You pull up the Parasaurolophus feeding schedule on your screen, clicking through 2 menus to access the appropriate file. The schedule displays in a calendar format, showing feeding times colour-coded throughout the day. No problem. They're scheduled for 10:30 anyway, so we can push that to 11 here if needed. I'll notify the feed crew. Perfect, thanks. Any concerns I should know about? Everyone looking healthy? All good as far as we can tell. Just routine wellness checks. But I'll send over the weight data once we're done, in case you need to adjust portions. Appreciated. Talk to you later. The conversation is brief and professional, exactly the kind of efficient communication that makes the park's operations run smoothly. You hang up the phone and immediately send a message to the feed preparation team through the internal messaging system. You click the New Message icon, select Feed Prep Team from your contacts list, and type Parasaurolophus mid-morning feeding delayed to 11 a.m. today due to veterinary exam. Please adjust prep schedule accordingly. You click Send, and the message disappears from your screen with a soft chime. Within 30 seconds, a reply notification appears. You click to open it. Acknowledged. Will adjust prep timing. Thanks for the heads up. Karen. You close the message window, satisfied that the communication loop has been completed properly. This is the rhythm of the work, constant small adjustments, coordination between departments, attention to the details that keep everything running smoothly. No drama, no excitement, just the steady application of professional competence to ensure that the park's herbivores receive exactly the nutrition they need, when they need it, in the precise quantities that maintain optimal health. It's not the kind of work that generates exciting stories or dramatic moments, but it's essential work nonetheless, and you take pride in doing it well. The coffee cup is half empty now, and you take another sip while reviewing the week's upcoming feeding schedule, looking for any conflicts or issues that need preemptive management. The work continues, methodical and satisfying, as the morning light grows stronger through your office window, and another Tuesday at Jurassic Park unfolds with quiet, professional efficiency. At 8:15 a.m, you save your work, clicking the familiar floppy disk icon that represents Save, despite no one actually using floppy disks anymore. The file saves in less than a second, the progress indicator barely appearing before completion. You stand up from your desk, stretching muscles that have been seated for over an hour. Your lower back pops slightly as you extend your arms overhead. A small release of tension that feels good. The morning data review is complete, and now it's time for the daily feed storage inspection. A crucial routine that ensures the tons of plant material required for the herbivore diets remain fresh, properly stored, and free from contamination or spoilage. You grab your clipboard from its hook on the wall, an aluminum clipboard that's lightweight but durable, holding the printed inspection checklist that you'll work through systematically. The clipboard has a small dent in one corner from where you dropped it last month, but it's still perfectly functional. The checklist is printed fresh each week on Monday mornings, providing a clean form for recording observations and measurements. The paper is standard office printer stock, slightly translucent if held up to the light, with the park's logo watermarked faintly in the background. The checklist format is one you designed yourself 2 years ago, refined through iterations until it captures all the necessary information in a logical flow. Each section has checkboxes for visual inspection, space for temperature recordings, areas for noting quantities, and a comment field for any observations that don't fit the standard categories. You also take a pen from the cup on your desk, checking quickly that it has ink by scribbling a test line on a notepad. The pen is a standard black ballpoint, one of dozens that circulate through the office, purchased in bulk and used until they run dry before being discarded. This particular pen writes smoothly, the ink flowing evenly without skipping. A small thing, but it makes the documentation process easier. The walk from your office to the main storage facility takes about 3 minutes at a comfortable pace. You exit through the nutrition centre's side door, which opens onto a covered walkway connecting the various buildings in the support facilities compound. The walkway provides protection from both sun and the frequent tropical rain showers that characterise the island's climate. The roof overhead is corrugated metal, painted white to reflect heat, supported by metal posts every 10 feet. The walkway floor is concrete, slightly textured to prevent slipping when wet. The morning air is already warm, the temperature climbing toward what will probably be another 85-degree day. You can feel the heat immediately upon stepping outside, a sharp contrast to the air-conditioned comfort of the office. The humidity is high but not oppressive yet. That will come later in the afternoon, when the combination of heat and moisture makes any outdoor work feel like moving through soup. For now, the air is merely thick, carrying the scent of vegetation from the nearby paddocks and the salt tang of the ocean that surrounds the island. The vegetation along the walkway is lush and tropical. Large leafed plants create a green wall on both sides, their fronds occasionally extending over the path. You recognise some of the species: bird of paradise with its distinctive orange and blue flowers, various palms with different frond patterns, ornamental ginger with its fragrant white blooms. The plants are maintained by the grounds crew, who keep them trimmed back so they don't encroach on the walkway, but allow them enough growth to create a natural screen that hides the service buildings from any visitors who might happen to pass nearby. Birds call from the trees that line the walkway. Ordinary birds, not dinosaurs, though visitors sometimes express disappointment that every creature on the island isn't prehistoric. But sparrows and finches came with the island, established populations that have coexisted with the reconstructed ecosystem without apparent concern that their neighbours include animals from the Mesozoic era. You spot a small brown bird, possibly a wren, perched on a branch about 15 feet away. It regards you with one bright eye, then launches into flight with a rapid whir of wings. The morning sounds create a pleasant background to your walk. The bird calls, a distant mechanical hum from the power generation facility, the soft rustle of palm fronds moving in the light breeze, your own footsteps on the concrete path. It's peaceful, almost meditative, a brief transition between the focused indoor work and the inspection tasks ahead. The feed storage facility is a large metal building, its exterior painted the same beige colour as all the park's service structures. It's not meant to be seen by visitors. This is part of the behind-the-scenes infrastructure that makes the park function, so aesthetics took a backseat to functionality in its design. The building is essentially a massive, climate-controlled warehouse divided into different zones for different types of feed material. The structure is probably 120 feet long and 60 feet wide, with a roof that peaks at about 25 feet in the center. Large roll-up doors on the loading dock side allow delivery trucks to back up directly to the building for efficient unloading. These doors are currently closed, their segmented metal surfaces painted the same beige as the walls. A standard person-sized entrance door sits to the right of the loading dock, marked with a sign, "Feed storage, authorized personnel only, badge required." You badge in at the entrance, holding your ID card against the RFID reader mounted beside the door. The reader is a small black box with a blue indicator light that glows steadily. When your badge gets close enough, the light turns green and the reader emits a soft beep. A mechanical click follows immediately as the door lock disengages. Security is maintained throughout the facility, not because of any particular danger, but because the park's insurance and operational protocols require documented access to all sensitive areas. Feed storage qualifies as sensitive because contaminated or spoiled food could sicken or kill millions of dollars worth of irreplaceable animals. The door is heavy, designed to maintain the climate-controlled seal when closed. You pull it open against the slight resistance of the weather stripping, step through, and allow it to close behind you with a solid thunk as the lock re-engages automatically. The interior is cool, maintained at 55 degrees Fahrenheit to slow decomposition and prevent bacterial growth. The temperature change is immediate and welcome after the humid warmth outside. Your skin prickles slightly with goosebumps as your body registers the sudden temperature drop, and you're glad you brought your light jacket, which hangs on a hook just inside the entrance, specifically for these inspection rounds. The jacket is a navy blue windbreaker with the Jurassic Park logo embroidered on the chest, issued to all staff who work in temperature variable environments. You slip on the jacket, pulling the zipper up about halfway. The interior temperature is cool, but not uncomfortably cold. You'll be moving around during the inspection, which will generate enough body heat to stay comfortable. The jacket is more insurance against spending extended time in one cold area than a strict necessity. The lighting inside is provided by fluorescent fixtures mounted on the ceiling, their tubes creating a bright, slightly blue-tinged illumination that eliminates shadows and makes inspection work easier. The fixtures hum softly, a white noise background that becomes apparent when you stop and listen for it. The first section houses the dry goods, massive bins of commercial herbivore pellets that serve as the base nutrition for many species, bags of supplemental grain, containers of vitamin and mineral powders, boxes of calcium blocks. You walk along the rows, checking each storage container against the items on your clipboard. The bins are industrial-strength plastic, each approximately 4 feet tall, 5 feet long, and 3 feet wide. They're arranged in neat rows with enough space between them for inspection access. Each bin has a hinged lid that can be opened for filling or sampling, and a large spout at the bottom for dispensing contents. Labels on the front of each bin identify the contents, lot number, and date received. Alfalfa pellets, 6 bins, each containing approximately 2,000 pounds. You check the dates on the bins, all within their optimal freshness window. The oldest batch dated 3 weeks ago, well before the 6-week limit, after which quality begins to decline. You lift the lid on the first bin, releasing a strong smell of dried alfalfa, grassy, slightly sweet, the concentrated essence of dried legume. The pellets look good, uniform green colour, dry texture, no signs of moisture damage or mould. You reach into the bin and grab a handful of pellets, bringing them up to examine more closely. The pellets are cylindrical, about a 1/2 inch in diameter and 1 inch long, compressed from ground alfalfa. They have a slightly rough texture, but hold their shape well. a sign of proper moisture content during manufacturing. You squeeze one pellet hard between your thumb and forefinger, and it crumbles slightly but doesn't turn to powder, which would indicate over-drying or age-related degradation. Satisfied, you let the handful of pellets fall back into the bin and brush your hands together to remove the green dust that transferred to your skin. You make a check mark on your clipboard next to Alfalfa Pellets Bin 1 and note good condition, proper colour and texture. You continue through the remaining 5 alfalfa pellet bins, checking each one individually. Bins 2 through 5 show the same good condition. Bin 6 is newer stock, received just last week, and the pellets are particularly fresh looking. Their green colour slightly brighter than the older bins. You note this on your clipboard. Bin 6, fresh stock, received 6 weight. Timothy grass pellets, 4 bins, similar condition. These are used primarily for the smaller herbivores whose digestive systems require gentler fibre sources than alfalfa provides. Timothy grass is lower in protein and calcium than alfalfa, but higher in fibre, making it suitable for certain species' dietary needs. You scoop a handful from the nearest bin, examining the pellets closely. They're a lighter colour than the alfalfa pellets, a tan or light brown rather than green. They're firm and intact, breaking cleanly when you crush one between your fingers rather than crumbling to dust, which would indicate age-related degradation. The Timothy grass pellets have a different smell than the alfalfa, less sweet, more neutral, with a slightly hay-like scent. You've learned to identify different feed materials by smell over your 3 years at the Jurassic Park, and these Timothy pellets smell exactly as they should, fresh and dry without any mustiness that might indicate moisture problems. You check all 4 Timothy grass bins systematically, finding all in good condition. Check marks and brief notes fill the appropriate lines on your clipboard. Commercial herbivore mix, 8 bins containing a specialised blend developed in consultation with InGen's geneticists to meet the unique nutritional needs of cloned dinosaurs. The mix includes ground corn, oats, soybean meal, and a proprietary blend of vitamins and minerals. This material represents one of the innovations that makes the park's herbivore nutrition program successful, rather than trying to exactly replicate the plants that would have been available in the Mesozoic era. The program uses modern nutritional science to create feeds that meet the animal's biochemical needs. You check the consistency of the commercial mix, noting that it has a grainy texture with visible different components. You can identify yellow corn particles, tan oat pieces, and lighter coloured soybean meal. The colour is somewhat mottled, but in a way that indicates proper mixing rather than separation of ingredients. The smell is pleasant, slightly sweet from the corn, with an earthy undertone from the soybean meal. It's the familiar scent you've encountered hundreds of times during previous inspections. All 8 bins of commercial herbivore mix show good condition. You note the dates received on each bin, confirming that stock rotation is happening properly. Older bins positioned for earlier use, newer bins held in reserve. This is important for maintaining consistent quality and preventing any material from aging beyond its optimal use period. You make check marks on your clipboard as you verify each item, noting the bin numbers, approximate fill levels, and condition. The process is repetitive but necessary. Skipping inspections is how problems develop unnoticed until they become emergencies. Better to spend 30 minutes each morning confirming everything is fine than to discover a problem only when animals refuse feed or show signs of digestive upset. The inspection continues through the remaining dry goods. Grain supplements, vitamin powders in sealed containers, mineral blocks wrapped in protective packaging. Each item receives attention, each container is checked, each observation is documented on your clipboard. The refrigerated section is next, requiring you to pass through a heavy insulated door into a much colder environment. The door is similar to what you'd see in a commercial walk-in cooler, with a thick insulated panel and a lever-style handle. A warning sign on the door reminds staff, refrigerated area, 38 degrees Celsius, wear appropriate clothing. You pull the lever handle, which moves with some resistance as it disengages the latch mechanism, and pull the door open. Cold air immediately billows out, creating a visible mist where the cold meets the warmer air of the main storage area. The temperature here is 38 degrees, cold enough to preserve fresh vegetation, but not so cold as to cause freeze damage that would destroy cellular structure and reduce nutritional value. You step through quickly and let the door close behind you, minimizing the amount of warm air that enters the refrigerated space. This section smells intensely of fresh-cut plants, a green, living smell that's actually quite pleasant despite its intensity. It's the concentrated essence of vegetation. Grass clippings, cut leaves, plant sap, all mixed together in a powerful olfactory experience. The smell is so strong it's almost overwhelming for the first few seconds, but your nose adjusts quickly as your sensory system acclimates to the intensity. Rows of stainless steel racks hold plastic bins filled with carefully prepared vegetation. Leafy browse for the Triceratops, aquatic plants for the Parasaurolophus, specialized high-fiber material for the Brachiosaurus family. The bins are clear plastic, allowing you to see their contents without opening them, though you'll still sample from selected bins to verify quality. The racks are organized by species, with clear signage identifying which section serves which animals. A large printed sign reads Triceratops Browse at one end of the refrigerated space, with 6 racks of bins underneath. Each bin is labelled with the date the material was prepared and the specific plant composition. You check each bin systematically. The Triceratops Browse, a mix of ficus leaves, hibiscus branches, and various tropical plants, looks fresh and vibrant, no browning edges or wilting that would indicate age or temperature problems. You open one bin and reach in, pulling out a handful of ficus leaves. They're cool to the touch from refrigeration, but their texture is still good, firm and slightly flexible, not limp or mushy. The leaves are a deep green colour, and when you bend one, it flexes without breaking, indicating proper cellular integrity. You make notes on your clipboard. Bin T14, full fresh temp at 38 degrees F. A digital thermometer mounted inside each bin displays the current temperature. You verify the reading, 37.8 degrees, well within the acceptable range. Bin T15, 3/4 full, good condition. This bin contains more hibiscus than ficus, and you note the bright colours of the flowers mixed in with the leaves and branches. Hibiscus flowers are a particular favourite of the Triceratops herd, and including them in the browse increases palatability. Bin T16, half full, scheduled replacement today. This bin's contents are scheduled to be used today, and fresh material is being prepared right now in the adjacent facility. You note the slightly darker colour of some leaves toward the bottom of the bin, not spoiled, but definitely showing age. This bin's contents will be fine for today's feeding, but you're glad it's scheduled for replacement. The Parasaurolophus aquatic vegetation is stored in bins with water to maintain freshness. These bins require special attention because the water quality can affect the plant's condition. Each bin is essentially a large plastic tub filled with water, with the aquatic plant submerged completely. Aerators bubble air through the water to maintain oxygen levels and prevent stagnation. You check the water temperature with a digital thermometer, inserting the probe into the water and waiting for the reading to stabilize. The display shows 39.2 degrees, slightly warmer than the air temperature, but that's expected for water. The water itself is clear and colourless, without any cloudiness or discoloration that might indicate bacterial growth or plant decomposition. The plants in the water look good, vibrant green, their stems firm when you test them with your fingers. These are primarily Elodea and water lettuce, both fast-growing aquatic plants that provide good nutrition for the Parasaurolophus. You reach into one bin and pull out a strand of Elodea, examining it closely. The plant is about 2 feet long, with small leaves arranged in whorls along the stem. The leaves are intact and healthy looking, with no signs of decay or damage. You check the aerator on each bin, confirming that bubbles are flowing steadily. The aerators are small aquarium pumps, relatively simple technology, but essential for maintaining water quality. If an aerator fails, the water can become stagnant within hours, creating conditions that promote bacterial growth and plant decay. The Brachiosaurus material is stored in the largest bins because of the quantities required. These bins hold what looks like a mixture of hay, leaves, and various plant materials specially selected for their high fibre content and slow digestibility. The Brachiosaurus digestive system is unique even among dinosaurs, adapted for processing enormous quantities of low-nutrient vegetation, requiring careful balancing to provide adequate nutrition without overloading their gut capacity. You open one of the Brachiosaurus bins and examine the contents. The material is a complex mixture: grass hay cut into manageable lengths, tree branches with leaves still attached, large leaves from various tropical plants, and what looks like chunks of compressed hay. The mixture has a strong hay smell, with undertones of the various fresh plants mixed in. You pull out a section of material. Noting its weight, the Brachiosaurus feed is denser and heavier than the browse provided to other species. The mixture is slightly damp, not from spoilage but from the natural moisture content of the fresh plant material mixed with the dried hay. This moisture level is intentional. Completely dry feed can be hard on the Brachiosaurus digestive system, while slightly moist feed is easier to break down. You spend 40 minutes in the refrigerated section, checking every bin, recording temperatures, noting fill levels, and identifying which materials need replenishment. Your fingers grow numb despite the work gloves you put on from a box near the door. The gloves are disposable nitrile, powder-free, providing some insulation while still allowing good tactile sensitivity for examining plant materials. Even with the gloves, the prolonged exposure to 38-degree temperature makes your hands increasingly cold. You flex your fingers periodically to maintain circulation, making fists and then extending your fingers fully. The cold isn't painful, just increasingly uncomfortable, a gentle numbness that creeps from fingertips toward palms. You're relieved when the inspection is complete and you can exit back into the merely cool dry goods area. The temperature change from 38 degrees to 55 degrees feels almost warm by comparison. Your hands start to tingle slightly as blood flow increases and sensation returns to your fingertips. You remove the nitrile gloves and dispose of them in a waste bin designated for single-use items, then rub your hands together to speed the warming process. The final section houses the supplement storage, bottles of liquid vitamins, containers of mineral powders, packages of specialized probiotics developed to support dinosaur gut health. These materials are stored in a separate climate-controlled room with strict organization. Each item has a specific location. Each container is labeled with contents, date received, and expiration date. This room is kept at 60 degrees, warmer than the refrigerated section, but cooler than room temperature, to maximize shelf life without risking damage from cold temperatures. Some supplements can degrade if stored too warm, but others can be harmed by refrigeration, so this moderate temperature represents a careful compromise. The supplements are arranged on metal shelving units, organized by type, and then by expiration date. All bottles and containers face forward, their labels clearly visible, making it easy to verify contents and identify when supplies need replenishment. This organization system is something you implemented during your second month at the park, replacing a less organized system that made inventory management unnecessarily difficult. You check expiration dates methodically, running your finger along each row and examining dates on bottles and containers. Most supplements have expiration dates at least 6 months out, providing comfortable cushion for use before quality begins to decline. However, You identify 3 bottles of liquid vitamins that will expire within the next 2 weeks. You pull these bottles forward on the shelf, separating them visually from the other stock, and make a note on your clipboard. Use vitamin supplement lot 8842 first, exp 628. You also note that the calcium supplement powder is running low, approximately 2 weeks supply remaining based on current consumption rates. The calcium powder comes in large plastic containers, each holding 25 pounds of fine white powder. You count the remaining containers, 4 full, 1 partially used. That's approximately 87.5 pounds total, which represents about 12 to 14 days of use, given that the herbivore program uses between 6 and 8 pounds daily. You make a note to submit a reorder request before the day is over. Calcium supplement running low. Reorder 200 lbs by 625 to maintain buffer stock. The inspection complete, you review your clipboard notes, confirming that all observations are clearly recorded. Your handwriting has remained legible throughout the inspection, despite the cold in the refrigerated section. Years of practice, writing notes in various conditions, have taught you to maintain clear penmanship, even when your hands are cold or you're writing quickly. You initial each section of the checklist and date the bottom of the form, 8:57 a.m. June 15th. The completed checklist will be filed with the rest of the week's documentation, creating a record that can be referenced if any questions arise about feed quality or storage conditions. This documentation has proven valuable several times over the years when investigating unusual feeding patterns or digestive issues. Being able to look back and confirm that stored feed was in good condition helps eliminate feed quality as a potential cause of problems. Back outside, stepping through the entrance door into the morning warmth, you remove your jacket immediately. The temperature contrast is significant, from 55 degrees inside to what must now be about 82 degrees outside, and you feel the warmth almost as a physical pressure against your skin. The humidity has increased since you entered the storage facility 45 minutes ago, and the air feels thick and slightly sticky. You drape the jacket over your arm as you walk back to the nutrition centre, feeling the warmth penetrate through your shirt. A thin film of sweat forms on your forehead within a minute of stepping outside, your body adjusting to the temperature change. The walk back along the covered pathway is pleasant despite the heat. The breeze has picked up slightly, providing some air movement, and the shade from the pathway roof keeps you out of direct sun. The morning is progressing exactly as planned, each task completed competently and on schedule. There's something deeply satisfying about this kind of work. No surprises, no drama, just the steady application of professional standards to ensure that everything functions as it should. You check your watch. 9:02 a.m, right on schedule. This sense of timing and routine is one of the aspects of the job you've come to appreciate most. The predictability, the reliability, the knowledge that each morning will follow a similar pattern, allowing you to develop expertise through consistent repetition. Back at your desk by 9:15 a.m, you log into the menu planning software, a specialized program developed specifically for Jurassic Park's unique needs. The software integrates feeding schedules, nutritional requirements, inventory, levels, and seasonal availability to help plan meals for the herbivore population weeks in advance. The program is custom-built, designed by a software developer who worked closely with the nutrition department to understand their needs. It's not the most elegant user interface. The graphics are utilitarian rather than polished, but it's highly functional and contains all the features necessary for effective meal planning. The screen displays the current week's menu in a grid format, days of the week across the top, species groups down the left side, each cell containing detailed information about that day's feeding plan for that species. It's colour-coded, green for confirmed and prepared meals, yellow for meals that are planned but awaiting final approval, red for any gaps, or issues requiring attention. Right now, you're looking at a mostly green grid, with a few yellow cells representing meals later in the week that need final confirmation. Today you need to plan next week's menu, reviewing the base templates and making adjustments based on current conditions, inventory availability, and any special requirements flagged by the veterinary staff. Menu planning is done a week in advance to allow time for procurement of special items, coordination with the preparation staff, and any necessary approvals from veterinary or management. You click on the Next Week button at the top of the screen, and the grid refreshes to show mostly empty cells, the blank slate for next week's feeding plans. Some cells contain template data copied forward from this week, providing a starting point that you'll adjust as needed. The software can auto-generate menus based on templates and standard protocols, but you've learned that manual review and adjustment almost always produces better results. You start with the Triceratops herd, currently 17 animals ranging from adults to juveniles of various ages. Their base nutritional requirements are relatively straightforward, primarily browse material supplemented with pellets and calcium sources. However, each animal has individual needs based on size, age, activity level, and health status. You click on the Triceratops row for Monday of next week, and a detailed planning form opens. The form is divided into sections: individual animal listings, base diet template, modification fields, nutritional analysis, and approval status. You start by reviewing the individual animal listings, confirming that all 17 current herd members are present in the system with correct current weights and status information. The lead female, designated Trike Alpha 1 in the system, requires approximately 130 pounds of mixed vegetation daily. Her entry shows current weight 6,847 pounds, updated 6/12, age 7 years adult, health status good, activity level normal. These parameters feed into the software's calculation algorithms, which recommend appropriate caloric and nutrient targets. You review her recent consumption history, checking that she's been eating consistently within her target range. You click a small icon next to her name, and a pop-up window displays a graph of her daily consumption for the past 3 weeks. The graph shows steady intake, with daily values ranging from 125 to 135 pounds, clustering around the 130 pound target. There are no concerning variations, no sudden drops in consumption that might indicate health issues, no unusual spikes that might suggest stress or behavioural problems. The graph displays exactly what you want to see: consistent, predictable intake within the expected range. Her menu for next week will be similar to this week: 70 pounds of mixed browse, ficus, hibiscus, miscall, tropical plants, 40 pounds of alfalfa pellets, 15 pounds of Timothy hay, 5 pounds of calcium fortified supplement. You enter these values into the planning form, typing the numbers into the appropriate fields. The software accepts the values and immediately begins calculating nutritional breakdown. After a brief moment, maybe 2 seconds, the analysis appears. Total calories, 41 out 150 calorie, protein, 190, 4.5% of total weight, fibre, 1800, 14% of total weight, calcium, 187, phosphorus, 98. Various vitamins and minerals listed with their quantities and percentages of recommended daily intake. The software compares these values against Trike Alpha 1's requirements and displays a summary in a green highlighted box. All nutritional targets met: protein 102% of target, fibre 98% of target, calcium 104% of target. No adjustments needed. Satisfied, you click Accept Plan, and the software saves the menu for Trike Alpha 1 for Monday. You repeat this process for Tuesday through Sunday, confirming that each day's menu meets her needs. The daily menus remain essentially the same. Consistency is valuable for digestive health, but you make minor variations in the browse composition to provide variety and ensure a broad range of micronutrients. You move to the next animal in the herd. Tricalpha 2 is a subordinate female, slightly smaller than the lead female. Her entry shows current weight, 6,021 pounds, age, 6 years adult, health status, good, activity level, normal. Her requirements are correspondingly lower than Tricalpha 1, approximately £115 total daily intake. You adjust the menu proportions accordingly. £60 mixed browse, £35 alfalfa pellets, £15 Timothy hay, £5 calcium fortified supplement. The software recalculates, confirming that nutritional balance is maintained at the lower total quantity. You accept the plan and move on to the next animal. The process continues through the entire herd. Adult males, subordinate females, juveniles at various growth stages. Each animal requires individual attention, each menu needs customization, each nutritional profile needs verification. It's detailed work requiring concentration and care, but it's also work you've done hundreds of times before, and your fingers move through the software efficiently. Tricalpha 3, the breeding male, £147 daily, 82 lbs browse, 45 lbs pellets, 15 lbs hay, 5 lbs calcium. His larger size and higher activity level, males often patrol territory boundaries and display dominance behaviours, require more caloric intake than the females. Trike Beta 1 through Beta 4, subordinate adults, ranging from 115 to 128 pounds daily, depending on individual size and condition. Trike Juv 1 through Juv 9, juveniles at various ages. This group requires special attention because they're still growing and their nutritional needs change more rapidly than adults. You review each juvenile's growth data carefully, comparing their current weights against expected growth curves for their ages. Trike Juv 7, the juvenile you noted earlier as being in a growth spurt, currently weighs 1,247 pounds, up from 1,204 pounds last month, a gain of 43 pounds. His growth rate is actually accelerating slightly compared to previous months, suggesting he's entering a peak growth phase. You pull up the growth reference charts for Triceratops juveniles, confirming that his weight and growth rate are both within normal ranges for a 3-year-old male. Given his accelerated growth, you decide to adjust his nutritional plan. You increase his calcium supplementation slightly, from £3 daily to £4 daily, to support the bone growth that's clearly happening. You also boost his protein content by adding more alfalfa pellets to his base browse mixture. £26 browse, £18 alfalfa pellets up from 15, £8 Timothy hay, £4 calcium supplement, for a total of £56 daily, up from 52. The software calculates the new totals and confirms that all requirements are still met with appropriate safety margins. The increased protein will support muscle development, the increased calcium will support skeletal growth, and the overall caloric increase will provide energy for his elevated metabolism during this growth phase. You make a note in the comment field: juvenile male showing accelerated growth, increased protein and calcium to support development, monitor weight weekly, and reassess portions in 2 weeks. This note will be visible to anyone reviewing the menu plan, ensuring that the unusual increase in portions is explained and that follow-up monitoring is scheduled. By 10:30 a.m, the Triceratops menus are complete for next week. 7 days of meals for 17 animals, each animal's needs individually assessed, each menu verified to provide appropriate nutrition. You click Save All Changes, and the software confirms that all Triceratops feeding plans for the week of June 2026 are now saved and ready for procurement and preparation. You save the file and move to the next species group, the Parasaurolophus flock. You click the Parasaurolophus button on the main menu screen, and a new planning interface loads. This interface is similar to the Triceratops one, but with some differences, reflecting the unique dietary needs of this species. The Parasaurolophus are more challenging from a nutritional standpoint because they're adapted for browsing both terrestrial and aquatic vegetation. Their diet in the wild would have been highly varied taking advantage of whatever plant material was available in their environment. Land plants when accessible, aquatic plants when feeding in wetlands or rivers. Replicating that variety in captivity requires careful planning and diverse ingredient sources. The flock currently consists of 12 animals, and they're housed in a paddock that includes both land and a large artificial lake stocked with appropriate vegetation. The paddock design deliberately mimics the varied habitat these animals would have occupied in the Cretaceous period. Open areas for terrestrial browsing, water access for aquatic feeding, and transitional shallow water zones where they can wade and feed comfortably. The Parasaurolophus graze on land browse in the mornings and afternoons, following a natural, diurnal pattern that matches what paleontologists believe their wild ancestors would have done. They spend much of their time in the water during the middle of the day, particularly when temperatures are highest, feeding on aquatic plants while enjoying the cooling effects of the water. Their menu planning requires balancing terrestrial and aquatic components, ensuring adequate nutrition from both sources while accounting for the animal's preferences and seasonal availability of different plant materials. The software has a special dual-column interface for the Parasaurolophus, with one column for terrestrial diet and another for aquatic diet, allowing you to plan both components and see the combined nutritional analysis. You review the aquatic vegetation inventory, pulling up the current stock report. The supply of water lilies is good, approximately 2 weeks on hand at current consumption rates. These are actual water lilies grown in a dedicated cultivation pond on the island, harvested regularly to provide fresh aquatic vegetation. Elodea is adequate but will need replenishment soon, about 10 days of supply remaining. The cattail supply is running low, only about 4 days remaining, and you make a note to coordinate with the grounds department about harvesting more from the park's maintained wetland areas. You open your email program and compose a quick message to the grounds department. Need cattail harvest for Parasaurolophus feeding program. Current inventory approximately 4 days. Please coordinate harvest of 200 tidal bees by Thursday. Let me know timing so feed prep can schedule processing. Thanks, Hayes. The terrestrial component of the Parasaurolophus diet is easier to manage because it overlaps significantly with what you provide for the Triceratops, browse material from ficus, hibiscus, and various tropical plants. You can consolidate orders and preparation for both species, improving efficiency and reducing costs. This kind of cross-species planning is one way you've been able to optimize the nutrition program. Identifying where different species can share common ingredients reduces the complexity of procurement and preparation. You work through each Parasaurolophus individually, adjusting their menus based on current weight data and consumption patterns. Para 1 through Para 4 are adults with stable requirements, each consuming approximately 9,510 pounds of combined terrestrial and aquatic vegetation daily. Their menus are relatively straightforward: 45-50 pounds terrestrial browse, 50-60 pounds aquatic vegetation, divided across 3 feeding periods each day. Para 5 and Para 6 are juveniles who need higher protein and calcium. At 14 months old, they're in an active growth phase, similar to Trike Juv 7, but at an earlier developmental stage. Their smaller size means lower total intake, about 42 pounds daily, but the composition needs to be richer in growth-supporting nutrients. You adjust their menus: 20 pounds terrestrial browse, higher proportion of protein-rich plants; 22 pounds aquatic vegetation, emphasis on Elodea, which has good protein content for an aquatic plant, plus 2 pounds of supplemental pellets, specifically formulated for juvenile dinosaurs. Para 7 through Para 12 fall somewhere in between, subadults who have mostly reached full size but are still filling out their muscle mass and bone density. They're in that transitional phase where they're no longer juveniles requiring special growth support, but they're not quite at the stable maintenance level of full adults Their needs are dynamic, changing month by month as they complete their development. You're particularly careful with this group's menus, knowing that Sarah Chen identified some interesting metabolic patterns in yesterday's blood work. These animals show higher protein, metabolism, efficiency than the older adults, potentially allowing for menu optimization. For now, though, you maintain their current diet plans. The trial protocol you drafted this morning will test whether modifications are appropriate. But until that trial is complete and results are analysed, you'll stick with the proven approach. The door to your office opens, and Karen from the preparation crew pokes her head in, knocking softly on the door frame, even though the door is already open. "Hey, Dr. Hayes, got a minute?" You save your work clicking the save icon reflexively, even though the software auto-saves every few minutes, and gesture for her to enter. "Sure, what's up?" Karen enters fully, holding a tablet that displays inventory tracking data. She's wearing the standard food prep uniform, white coat, hairnet, non-slip shoes, with the Jurassic Park logo embroidered on the coat pocket. "I'm working on next week's preparation schedule, and I wanted to check with you about the timing for the Brachiosaurus feeds. Are we still doing 3 feeding periods per day, or did you want to adjust that?" You consider the question, pulling up the Brachiosaurus files on your computer. You haven't reached that species in today's menu planning yet, but you have their recent consumption patterns readily available. Let me check their recent consumption patterns. You click through several screens, looking at how completely the Brachiosaurus are finishing each feeding session and how their weight trends are tracking. The data shows consistent consumption across all 3 daily feeding periods, with the animals typically consuming 95-98% of provided food at each session. Weight trends are stable for the adults, showing neither gain nor loss, which indicates the caloric intake is matching their metabolic needs. The juvenile is gaining weight at the expected rate, about 60 pounds per month, showing that his increased caloric intake is appropriately supporting growth. "Yeah, let's stay with 3 periods, you tell Karen. "They're doing well on the current schedule, no reason to change it. The data shows good consumption at each feeding, and their weights are tracking exactly where we want them." Karen makes a note on her tablet, her finger moving across the touchscreen to enter the information. "Okay, good. That's what I was planning for. Also wanted to confirm quantities. Are we still at 150 pounds per feeding for the adult male?" You verify the number on your screen, checking the most recent approved menu. That's correct, 150 pounds, 3 times daily, totaling about 450 pounds. The female is at 130 per feeding, so 390 daily total. Got it? And the juvenile? You check his file, opening his growth chart and recent consumption data. He's up to 55 pounds per feeding now. I'm tracking his growth and might bump that to 60 next month if he continues at his current rate. Actually, make a note for me to review that. You check your calendar. On July 1st, I want to reassess his portions then. Karen nods, entering all the numbers into her tablet. Her stylus moves quickly across the screen. Practiced efficiency in data entry. Perfect. That gives me what I need to finalise the prep schedule. I'll have the full week planned out by end of day tomorrow, and I'll send it to you for approval. Sounds good. Thanks for coordinating. You appreciate Karen's proactive approach. Rather than waiting for written instructions, she checks in to confirm details and catch any potential issues before they affect the actual preparation work. After she leaves, you return to the menu planning, but you've lost your place slightly and need a moment to reorient yourself. You scan your screen, finding where you left off in the Parasaurolophus section. Right, you are working on Para 7 through Para 12, the sub-adult group. You take a sip of coffee, now lukewarm but still caffeinated, and locate the specific animal record you were reviewing before the interruption. The morning continues in this pattern. Focused work punctuated by brief interruptions, questions from other staff members, small coordination tasks that keep the entire feeding operation running smoothly. Each interruption is minor, each question is answered quickly, but together they form the constant background texture of collaborative work in a facility where multiple departments must function as an integrated whole. At one point, Michael from veterinary calls with a question about vitamin D supplementation for the Stegosaurus, a species you're not directly responsible for, but about which you have relevant knowledge. You spend 5 minutes discussing optimal supplementation levels based on the literature and the Stegosaurus's current sun exposure patterns in their paddock. At another point, the phone rings with a delivery confirmation. The cattail harvest you requested can be completed Thursday morning, with processed material ready for pickup by 2 p.m. You thank the grounds department representative and make a note to coordinate with Karen about pickup timing. Your email notification chimes softly. A new message has arrived. You glance at it briefly. An automated inventory alert informing you that aquatic LDR stock is approaching reorder point. You already knew this from your inventory review during the storage inspection, but you appreciate that the automated system provides backup monitoring. You make a note to include Elidea in your reorder requests later today. By 11:45 a.m, you've completed menu planning for all the current herbivore species. Triceratops, complete for the week. Parasaurolophus, complete for the week. Brachiosaurus, complete for the week. Stegosaurus, complete for the week. Gallimimus, complete for the week. Each species has 7 days of individually planned meals. Each animal has appropriate portions calculated. Each menu has been verified to meet nutritional requirements. The software will generate shopping lists for the procurement department, preparation schedules for the feed crew, and feeding instructions for the paddock staff who actually distribute the food to the animals. You click Generate Support Documents and the software begins processing. A progress bar appears, slowly filling as the system compiles all the menus into the various output formats required by different departments. After about 30 seconds, the progress bar completes and a dialog box appears. Support documents generated successfully. 5 files created. View now or save for later. You click Save for later. You'll review the documents this afternoon to verify they're correct before distributing them to the relevant departments. Your stomach reminds you that lunch should probably happen soon. You glance at the clock in the corner of your computer screen. 11:47 a.m, right on schedule. But first you want to finish one more task, updating the master nutrition database with yesterday's consumption data. This is administrative housekeeping, but it's important work that ensures the database remains current and accurate for future reference. You open the database application, navigating through the menu system to reach the data entry interface. The interface displays a form with fields for date, species, animal ID, feeding period, planned quantity, actual consumption, and notes. You pull up yesterday's feeding reports, positioning that window next to the database entry form so you can reference the reports while entering data. The entry work is mechanical and rhythmic. Select animal. Enter morning feeding. Planned 130 lbs, actual 127 lbs. Enter evening feeding. Planned 30 lbs, actual 31 lbs. Notes, none. Save record. Next animal. The process repeats, animal after animal, feeding period after feeding period, number after number. You've developed a technique for this work that minimizes eye strain and typing fatigue. You read several values from the report and memorize them. Then enter all those values without looking back at the report. Then verify the entered data against the report before saving. This approach reduces the number of times your eyes need to refocus between the two screens, and it engages your short-term memory in a way that helps maintain concentration. After 20 minutes of steady data entry, your stomach makes an insistent gurgling sound that suggests lunch can't be postponed much longer. You save your current progress. You're about 2/3 through yesterday's data and decide that the remaining entries can wait until after lunch. The work continues, steady and methodical, as the Tuesday morning slips toward afternoon. You stand up from your desk, stretching again, feeling the satisfaction of a productive morning of work completed competently and on schedule. At 12:15 p.m., you save all your open files and lock your computer screen, the standard security protocol for stepping away from your workstation. The screen goes black immediately, replaced by a login prompt that will require your password to access again. You grab your lunch bag from the small refrigerator in the break room, an insulated bag in dark blue nylon with your initials AH written in permanent marker on the side to distinguish it from other staff members' similar bags. The bag contains today's lunch, which you packed this morning while your coffee was brewing. A turkey and cheese sandwich on wheat bread, wrapped in plastic wrap to maintain freshness. An apple, a Fuji variety, your preferred type for its crisp texture and sweet tart flavour balance. A bag of potato chips, salt and vinegar flavoured, a small indulgence you allow yourself most days, and a bottle of water, a reusable stainless steel bottle filled from your kitchen tap, condensation already forming on the cold exterior. You prefer bringing lunch rather than buying from the cafeteria, both for cost savings and because you can control exactly what you're eating. The cafeteria serves decent food, but the portions tend to be large and often heavier than you prefer for a midday meal. You've found that bringing your own lunch helps you maintain energy through the afternoon without the post-meal sluggishness that can come from cafeteria meals. The staff cafeteria is located in the main administration building, about a 5-minute walk from the nutrition centre. You follow the familiar route, taking the covered walkway that connects the service buildings to the administrative complex. The walkway is less crowded than it will be in another 15 minutes when the main lunch rush hits. You've learned to time your break slightly early to avoid the peak crowd. The walk to the cafeteria takes you through the heart of the support facilities compound. The path is lined with neatly maintained landscaping, low bushes, ornamental grasses and carefully spaced palm trees that provide periodic patches of shade. Someone from the grounds crew is trimming hedges near the maintenance building, the electric trimmer creating a buzzing sound that fades as you walk past. You pass the maintenance garage, where park rangers are servicing one of the tour vehicles. The Explorer is up on a hydraulic lift, its undercarriage exposed, while a mechanic in coveralls examines something near the rear axle. Another mechanic stands nearby with a laptop, apparently running diagnostics on the vehicle's electrical systems. The hood is propped open, and you can see the engine compartment with various components colour-coded for easy identification. You pass the laundry facility, where the constant sound of industrial washing machines provides a rhythmic background noise. The facility handles all the park's linens, staff uniforms, animal care supplies, towels and bedding for overnight accommodations. The sound is strangely soothing, a steady mechanical rhythm that suggests work being done efficiently and consistently. You pass the security office, where 2 guards sit at a desk reviewing what looks like overnight incident reports. One guard, a young woman you recognise as Lisa from the evening shift, waves as you walk by the large window. You wave back, appreciating the friendly atmosphere that exists among the park's staff, even across different departments and shift schedules. The administration building is newer and slightly more polished than the functional structures of the support compound. The building is 2 stories with a modern architectural design that features lots of glass and clean lines. It has actual landscaping, tropical plants arranged deliberately for visual appeal rather than just functional screening, and the entrance features the Jurassic Park logo in tasteful bronze lettering mounted on a wall of dark wood. This is where park executives have their offices, where tour operations are coordinated, where the administrative side of running a revolutionary theme park happens. The building has a different feel from the service facilities, more polished, more public-facing, designed to impress visitors or business partners who might be touring the facility. The main entrance has automatic sliding glass doors that whoosh open as you approach. The interior lobby is air-conditioned to a comfortable 72 degrees, with marble tile flooring and several potted plants that add a touch of nature to the modern space. A reception desk sits near the entrance, usually staffed during business hours, though the receptionist is currently away, probably at lunch herself. The cafeteria occupies the entire ground floor of the east wing. It's a large space with floor-to-ceiling windows, offering views of the park's central gardens. A carefully landscaped area with walking paths, water features, and various tropical plants that create a peaceful visual environment. The cafeteria interior is designed for efficiency, tables arranged in neat rows, a serving line where hot meals are prepared throughout the day, and vending machines along one wall for snacks and beverages. The lunch rush is in full swing. Though you've beaten the peak crowd, you estimate maybe 60 people are currently in the cafeteria, a mix of administrative staff in business casual attire, park rangers in their distinctive tan uniforms, maintenance workers in coveralls or work pants, and various specialists like yourself wearing polo shirts with department logos. The noise level is moderate, a gentle hum of conversation and the clatter of utensils that creates a pleasant background without being overwhelming. You scan the room, looking for a familiar face or an empty table. You spot Sarah Chen from veterinary, sitting alone at a table near the windows, and you head in her direction. Sarah is one of the senior veterinary technicians, and you've worked with her frequently over the 3 years you've been at the park. She's eating a salad, her fork paused in mid-air as she reads something on her phone. She looks up and smiles when she sees you approaching, the kind of genuine smile that suggests real friendship rather than just professional courtesy. "Mind if I join you?" you ask, though her welcoming expression has already answered the question. "Please do. I could use the company. I've been staring at blood panel results all morning, and my brain needs a break from numerical values and reference ranges." You settle into the chair across from her and begin unpacking your lunch. The sandwich is intact, the plastic wrap having successfully protected it during transport. You unwrap it carefully, folding the plastic wrap neatly and setting it aside for disposal after the meal. The sandwich is turkey and cheese on wheat bread, simple but satisfying. The turkey is deli meat, nothing fancy, with 2 slices of Swiss cheese, lettuce, tomato, and a thin layer of mayonnaise. You've made essentially the same sandwich for lunch probably 300 times since starting at the park, and the familiarity is comforting rather than boring. "How are the Parasaurolophus blood panels looking?" you ask, taking a bite of sandwich. The bread is fresh, the vegetables crisp, the cheese, and turkey providing protein and fat that will sustain you through the afternoon. "You were doing their wellness checks this morning, right?" "All good," Sarah replies, forking a piece of salad into her mouth and chewing before continuing. "Everyone's healthy, no concerning values in any of the panels. Heart function normal, liver enzymes within range, kidney function good, blood cell counts appropriate. Though Para 7 is slightly low on B vitamins, so I'm going to recommend a supplement addition to her diet." You make a mental note to adjust Para 7's menu when you get back to the office. This is exactly the kind of coordination that happens over lunch, the informal information sharing that keeps all departments aligned. "How low are we talking? Is this urgent or just a minor adjustment?" "Minor adjustment. She's still within normal range, just at the low end. Her B vitamin levels are at about 68% of mid-range values, which isn't concerning but suggests her individual metabolism might be processing B vitamins slightly differently than the rest of the flock. Probably just genetic variation. You know how these cloned animals sometimes show individual quirks. This is a phenomenon you've observed before. Even though all the animals of a given species are clones, sharing identical DNA, they still develop individual variations in metabolism, behavior, and dietary needs. Environmental factors, gut microbiome differences, and random developmental variations all contribute to making each animal unique despite genetic uniformity. A small daily supplement should bring her up to mid-range within a couple weeks, Sarah continues. "I'm thinking just a standard B-complex vitamin addition. Nothing exotic." You take out your phone and make a quick note. Para 7. Add B vitamin supplements starting next week. Half standard dose per Sarah's recommendation. Monitor and adjust as needed based on follow-up blood work. The phone's note-taking app saves the entry automatically, and you'll transfer this information to Para 7's official nutrition file when you return to the office. I'll add that to her menu this afternoon, you say. How much are you thinking? Standard supplement dose or reduced? Let's start with half the standard dose and see how she responds. We can adjust upward if needed, but I'd rather start conservative. No point in overshooting and creating an excess that her system needs to process and excrete. You take another bite of sandwich, appreciating Sarah's careful approach. Veterinary and nutrition work well together at the park because both departments share this philosophy of conservative initial interventions followed by careful monitoring and adjustment. It's better to undersupplement slightly and increase dosage if needed than to oversupplement and potentially create new problems. The conversation shifts to other topics as you both eat. Sarah talks about her weekend, a hiking trip on the mainland that was pleasant but exhausting. She and her partner hiked a trail in one of Costa Rica's national parks, covering about 8 miles with significant elevation gain. Her description is vivid, conveying both the physical challenge of the hike and the beauty of the cloud forest environment. You mention that you've been reading a new textbook on ruminant nutrition that has some interesting applications for the Brachiosaurus digestive system, even though Brachiosaurus aren't technically ruminants. The book discusses fiber fermentation in herbivores, and you've been finding connections between the research on cow digestion and what you're observing in the Brachiosaurus family. That's the weird thing about this job, Sarah observes, sipping from her water bottle. We're applying modern veterinary and nutritional science to animals that have been extinct for 65 million years. Half the time, we're making educated guesses based on comparative anatomy and hoping we're getting it right. The other half, we're actually seeing results that inform the scientific literature on extinct species. True, you agree, biting into your apple. It's perfectly crisp, the texture exactly what you were hoping for. The apple is cold from being stored in the refrigerator, providing a refreshing contrast to the sandwich. Though the fact that all the animals are healthy and thriving suggests we're guessing pretty well. When I started here, I was honestly worried that we'd have constant nutritional crises as we figured out what these animals actually need. But InGen's geneticists did solid preliminary work on metabolism and dietary requirements. They did, Sarah acknowledges, gesturing with her fork, though I still think we're discovering new things regularly, like how the Triceratops need more calcium than we initially calculated, or how the Parasaurolophus do better with varied browse rather than a consistent diet. Every few months, we learn something new that requires adjusting our protocols. You finish the apple and start on the chips. The salt and vinegar flavour sharp and tangy. The chips are crispy, providing a satisfying crunch. You've learned to eat chips slowly at lunch, making them last, because if you eat them too quickly, you tend to overeat and feel uncomfortably full afterward. The cafeteria's noise continues around you, conversations at other tables, someone laughing loudly near the serving line, the sound of a chair scraping against the floor as someone stands up to bust their dishes. A group of park rangers at a nearby table are discussing a tour route modification, their conversation technical and focused on logistics. A park ranger you recognise but don't know by name stops by your table briefly. He's a tall man, probably in his early 30s, with sun-weathered skin that speaks to significant outdoor work. Hey, Dr. Hayes, quick question. We've got a tour group tomorrow who specifically requested information about herbivore feeding. Would you be available to do a 5-minute explanation at the Triceratops paddock around 2 p.m? You mentally check tomorrow's schedule, running through your mental calendar of commitments and tasks. Tomorrow is Wednesday. You have the morning data review as always, a staff meeting at 9:30, some menu planning work in the afternoon. Nothing that would prevent you from taking 20 minutes for a tour presentation. Should be fine. Let me confirm, and I'll send you an email this afternoon with final confirmation. Perfect, thanks. The ranger nods appreciatively and moves on, heading toward a table where several other rangers are sitting. Sarah grins at you across the table. The famous Dr. Hayes, educational consultant to tourists. You return her grin with a slight eye roll. Yeah, I'm basically a celebrity now. Next thing you know, they'll want my autograph. They'll probably start selling Dr. Hayes talks about dinosaur food merchandise in the gift shop. Don't let it go to your head. Though honestly, those tour presentations are valuable. Visitors really appreciate getting to talk to actual staff members who work with the animals. It makes the experience more real for them than just looking at dinosaurs through the tour vehicle windows. The conversation continues pleasantly, covering work topics and personal subjects in the easy mixture that characterises lunch with a colleague who's also become something of a friend. You discuss the upcoming weekend. You're planning to finally organise your apartment, which has been getting progressively more cluttered over the past month. Sarah is going to visit family on the mainland, flying to San Jose for a long weekend. You compare notes about a TV show you're both watching, a science fiction series that's been getting good reviews. You debate character motivations and predict plot developments, the kind of light entertainment discussion that provides mental relief from the technical work that fills most of both your days. Sarah mentions that she's thinking about getting a cat, and you discuss the practicalities of pet ownership while working at an island facility. The park provides housing, but pet policies need to be checked. Veterinary supplies would be easily accessible given Sarah's profession. The main question is whether a cat would be happy in a small apartment while Sarah works long shifts. By 12:50 p.m, you've finished eating and are ready to return to work. You gather your lunch containers, disposing of the apple core and sandwich wrapper in the nearby trash bin, while putting the reusable containers back in your lunch bag. The chips bag goes in the recycling, and you rinse your water bottle at a water fountain before packing it away. Back to the grindstone, you say, standing up and slinging your lunch bag over your shoulder. Same, I've got dental cleaning scheduled for 3 of the Triceratops juveniles this afternoon. Should be fun trying to get them to hold still while we scale their teeth. Sarah's tone is wry, acknowledging the challenge ahead. Rather you than me. I'll stick with my spreadsheets and meal plans, much less likely to get kicked by a startled juvenile. You walk together back toward the supports compound, following the same path you took to reach the cafeteria. The conversation continues, casual and comfortable, until you reach the point where your paths diverge. Sarah heads to the veterinary clinic, while you continue to the nutrition centre. The afternoon's work awaits, reports to file, emails to answer, follow-up tasks from the morning's activities. The lunch break was pleasant and necessary, providing both physical nutrition and the social connection that makes long work days more enjoyable. But you're ready to return to the quiet focus of your office and the methodical work of ensuring that tomorrow's herbivore meals are planned, prepared, and ready for distribution. The afternoon begins with paperwork, the necessary component of any professional job, but especially prevalent in a facility where documentation, records, and traceability are essential for both animal welfare and regulatory compliance. You settle back into your desk chair at 1:08 p.m, which still squeaks slightly with that familiar sound that has become part of the office's acoustic signature. The chair's squeak is almost comforting now, a small auditory reminder that you're in your space, doing your work. You open the various files and forms that require attention, clicking through your computer's folder system to locate the appropriate templates and documents. The file structure is organized by type and date, a system you implemented during your first month that has served you well ever since. First priority is completing today's feeding confirmation reports. Even though the morning feedings were completed hours ago, the formal documentation needs to be filed in the system before the end of the day. This documentation serves multiple purposes. It creates an official record of care provided, it enables tracking of consumption patterns over time, It demonstrates regulatory compliance, and it provides data for research and analysis. You open the standardized form, a template that appears on your screen, with empty fields waiting to be filled. The form header shows the Jurassic Park logo and the title Daily Feeding Confirmation Report, Herbivore Nutrition Department. Below that are fields for date, reporting period, completed by, and then a series of sections for each species group. Date, June 15th. You type this into the appropriate field, and the form automatically formats it to the system's preferred date style. Time, morning feeding period, 6:30 am, 9:30 am. The form has a drop-down menu for feeding periods, and you select the appropriate option. Species, Triceratops herd. The form expands to show additional fields specific to this species. Number of animals, 17. You type this number, and the form displays a warning in yellow. Number differs from last report, 16. Confirm count or explain discrepancy. You remember that a juvenile was reclassified yesterday from a different age group, changing the official count. You add a note in the explanation field. Count increased due to reclassification of Trike Juv 9 from sub-juvenile to juvenile status as of 6/14. Scheduled quantities, various see individual animal profiles. The form has a checkbox for this standard response, which you check. Going into individual detail for all 17 animals on this summary form would be redundant. That information exists in the individual feeding records that are generated automatically by the RFID feeding stations. Actual quantities delivered. Confirmed match to scheduled amounts. Another checkbox which you check. The automated feeding systems provide verification that correct quantities were dispensed, and the morning data review confirmed this. Consumption rate, normal, 95 to 100% of provided food consumed. You select this from a drop-down menu that offers options ranging from poor, 0 to 60%, through excellent, 95 to 100%. The Triceratops herd's consumption this morning was in the optimal range. Observations? None. This is actually one of the most satisfying entries to make. None in the observations field means no behavioural anomalies, no rejected meals, no signs of digestive distress, no concerns of any kind. Everything proceeded normally, which is exactly what you want to document. You move through similar forms for each species group, documenting the morning feedings that occurred while you were reviewing overnight data and planning next week's menus. The forms are repetitive, asking essentially the same questions for each species, but each one requires accurate completion. You've developed a rhythm for this work, a mental template that lets you move through the forms efficiently while still maintaining the attention needed to ensure accuracy. Species, Parasaurolophus flock. Number of animals, 12. This number matches the previous report, so no warning appears. Morning feeding delayed to 11 am due to veterinary examination. Ref, email from Chen, J 7:23 am. You add this note in the special circumstances field, which is specifically designed for documenting deviations from standard schedule. Feeding completed successfully post-examination. All animals ate normally, no issues observed. You type this into the notes field, providing the narrative context that explains how the deviation was handled and resolved. Species, Brachiosaurus family. Number of animals, 3, 2 adults, 1 juvenile. The form shows their names, Brach alpha M, adult male, Brach alpha F, adult female, Brach Juv 1, juvenile male. First feeding period, 6:30 am, 7:30 am. All animals consumed appropriate portions. You pull up the detailed consumption data to enter the specific values. Adult male, 148 pounds consumed, target 150 pounds, variance 1.3%, status acceptable. Adult female, 133 pounds consumed, target 130 pounds, variance plus 0.3%, status acceptable. Juvenile, 54 pounds consumed, target 55 pounds, variance 1.8%, Status: acceptable. All variations are within the acceptable 5% range that accounts for normal daily fluctuations in appetite and feeding behaviour. You note this: all consumption within acceptable variance range. No concerns. The documentation continues for 45 minutes, each form completed, saved, and filed in the appropriate digital folder. The work is tedious but necessary. These records serve multiple purposes. They provide a historical archive of feeding practices, creating a permanent record that can be reviewed years later if questions arise about historical care standards. They supply data for research into dinosaur nutrition and health, contributing to the scientific understanding of these extinct species. They demonstrate regulatory compliance to the various agencies that oversee the park's operations, showing that the facility maintains professional standards and follows approved protocols. Most importantly, they create an audit trail that can be referenced if any questions or issues arise. If an animal shows health problems weeks or months from now, these records allow veterinary and nutrition staff to look back and see exactly what the animal was eating, in what quantities, over any time period. This kind of detailed record keeping has proven invaluable multiple times over your 3 years at the park. Next, you turn to the supply reorder requests that you flagged during this morning's storage inspection. The procurement system is web-based, accessed through your browser. You navigate to the system's homepage, log in with your credentials, and click on New Requisition Request. The requisition form appears, another standardized template with multiple fields requiring information. You've filled out hundreds of these forms, and you know the system's quirks and requirements well enough that the process is mostly automatic. Item: calcium supplement powder. You type this into the item description field. The system has an autocomplete feature that suggests items based on what you type, and calcium supplement powder, herbivore grade, appears in a drop-down. You select it, and the form auto-populates with standard information. Supplier name, standard unit of measure, pounds, standard packaging, 50-pound bags, last purchase price. Current inventory, approximately 2 weeks remaining. You enter this in the inventory status field. The system doesn't require exact quantities for requisition requests. Estimates are acceptable since the procurement department will verify actual inventory before placing orders. Requested quantity: £200, standard bulk order. The system shows that standard orders for this item are £200, 4 50-pound bags, and you confirm this quantity. Ordering in standard quantities helps negotiate better prices and simplifies delivery logistics. Delivery needed by June 28th. You enter this date. The system calculates that this provides 13 days of lead time, which it color codes green to indicate the time frame is reasonable for normal procurement processing. Priority: medium. You select this from a drop-down offering low, medium, high, and urgent options. This isn't an emergency. You have 2 weeks of supply remaining, but it's important enough to ensure timely processing. Justification: regular restocking of essential supplement. Historical consumption rate indicates current inventory will be exhausted by June 27th. You type this explanation in the justification field. Even routine reorders require brief justification explaining why the item is needed and when it's expected to be used. The system accepts your request and assigns it a requisition number, REQ 2025-0847. The form displays a confirmation message. Requisition submitted successfully. Approval workflow initiated. Estimated approval time: 1-2 business days. The request now enters the approval queue, where it will be reviewed by the procurement department supervisor, approved, assuming no issues are identified, and then forwarded to the supplier for order processing. You'll receive a confirmation email once the order is placed, and then a tracking update when the shipment is prepared for delivery to the island. The entire process typically takes 7 to 10 days from requisition submission to to delivery receipt, which is why you try to maintain at least 2 weeks of buffer stock for critical items. You continue through the reorder list, creating requisition requests for each item flagged during the morning's inspection. Liquid vitamin supplements, priority, medium, needed by July 5th. Probiotic formulations, priority, medium, needed by July 8th. Specialized pellets for juvenile animals, priority, low, needed by July 15th. Each item requires a separate request form. Each one needs justification and priority assignment. Each one must be reviewed and approved before the order is actually placed. The bureaucracy can be frustrating. It would be faster to just call the suppliers directly and place orders, but you understand its necessity. In a facility dealing with irreplaceable animals and managing a multi-million-dollar annual budget, uncontrolled ordering could lead to wasteful spending, duplicate orders, inventory imbalances, or worse, shortages of critical supplies that could endanger animal health. The procurement system ensures that all purchasing goes through appropriate review, that spending is tracked and budgeted, that competitive pricing is maintained through approved vendor relationships, and that inventory management is coordinated across all departments. It's slower than direct ordering, but it's more reliable and more professionally managed. By 2:35 p.m, all requisition requests are submitted. You've created 6 new requisitions, each one entered into the system, assigned a tracking number, and routed for approval. Your role in the procurement process is now complete until the orders are delivered and need to be verified and stored. Your email inbox beckons, the notification icon showing 22 unread messages that have accumulated since you last checked before lunch. The number seems to grow steadily throughout the day, fed by automated reports, interdepartmental communications, meeting notifications, and occasional messages from outside the park. You click on the email icon and the inbox expands, showing the list of messages arranged by date and time with the most recent at the top. You work through them systematically, sorting them into mental categories: urgent, requiring immediate response; important, requiring response today; informational, requiring only reading; and spam, requiring deletion. The first message is an automated feeding report from paddock operations, confirming that lunch feeding for the Gallimimus flock was completed at 12:45 p.m. You scan the report quickly. All animals present, all portions consumed, no issues observed, and file it in your daily reports folder without response. This is standard informational flow that requires acknowledgement but not reply. The second message is from the IT department announcing scheduled server maintenance tonight from 11 p.m. to 1 a.m. Systems will be unavailable during this window. You make a mental note. You'll never hear that late anyway, so this doesn't affect your work. You file the message in your IT notifications folder. The third message is from Dr. Harding, the head veterinarian, forwarding the complete results from this morning's Parasaurolophus examinations. The email includes a PDF attachment labelled Parasaurolophus Flock Wellness Exam June 15 PDF. You save the attachment to your veterinary reports folder and make a note to review it in detail tomorrow morning when you're planning the daily feeds. The preview shows 12 pages of detailed blood work, physical examination findings, and health assessments. Too much to review quickly now, but important information that will inform nutritional planning. You reply to Dr. Harding, "Received, thanks. We'll review in detail tomorrow morning. Sarah mentioned Para 7's B vitamin levels. I'll adjust her menu accordingly, starting next week." The fourth message is from Marcus in procurement, responding to your morning inquiry about the aquatic vegetation delivery. You remember this, the cattail shipment that was delayed from Wednesday to Thursday. Marcus writes, "Dr. Hayes, regarding Thursday's delivery, we've contacted the supplier and confirmed they can expedite shipment to arrive Thursday morning rather than evening. Delivery now scheduled for 8 a.m. Thursday. Please confirm this timing works for your operations." This is exactly the kind of coordination that makes the park function smoothly. The earlier delivery time means the feed prep crew can process the cattails Thursday morning and have them ready for afternoon feeding, rather than having to rush to process an evening delivery. You reply immediately. Thursday 8 a.m. works perfectly. Thank you for expediting. We'll have receiving stuff ready at that time. Appreciate the coordination. Message 5 is a meeting invitation for next Tuesday's monthly nutrition review meeting. You click accept, and the meeting is added to your calendar automatically. The system sends a confirmation back to the meeting organizer. Messages 6 through 18 are automated reports, system notifications, and informational updates that require reading but no action. You work through them efficiently, scan the content, verify there are no concerning flags or issues, file in appropriate folders, or delete as appropriate. Automated inventory alerts, consumption summaries, temperature monitoring reports, equipment maintenance notifications, the steadier stream of data that flows through a well-instrumented facility. Message 19 is from Jennifer Wu, the Park Operations Manager, requesting your input on a proposed educational display about dinosaur nutrition for the Visitor Centre. She writes, Dr. Hayes, we're updating the Visitor Centre educational displays and want to include a section on herbivore nutrition. I've attached draft content for your review. Can you verify the accuracy and suggest any corrections? Need feedback by Friday, if possible. You open the attachment, a PDF showing mock-ups of informational panels with text, graphics, and diagrams explaining how the park's herbivores are fed. The design is attractive, with colourful illustrations and clear typography that should be accessible to visitors of various ages. You read through the content carefully, your professional eye checking for errors or misleading statements. Panel 1. Feeding Giants: How Jurassic Park Provides Nutrition for Herbivorous Dinosaurs. The introductory text is accurate, explaining that the park's nutritionists use comparative anatomy and modern animal science to design appropriate diets. Good start. Panel 2. Daily Intake: How much does a dinosaur eat? This panel includes example quantities for various species. You note an error. The text states that Triceratops eat up to 200 pounds of vegetation daily, but your records show their actual intake is closer to 120–140 pounds on average. The up to 200 pounds figure might represent a theoretical maximum during peak growth phases, but it's not representative of normal adult consumption. You make a note: Triceratops' daily intake should be listed as 120–140 pounds average, not up to 200 pounds. Panel 3. Special Supplements Beyond Plants. This panel discusses vitamin and mineral supplementation. You notice that calcium supplementation is described as occasional, when in fact it's a daily requirement for bone health maintenance in all the herbivorous species. This is a significant error that could mislead visitors about the sophistication and regularity of the nutritional program. You note, calcium supplementation is daily, not occasional. Suggest rewording to daily calcium supplements ensure proper bone health and growth. You continue through the remaining panels, finding 2 more minor corrections needed. A diagram showing Brachiosaurus digestive system has the intestinal length slightly underestimated, and a statement about feeding schedules doesn't account for the species-specific timing variations. You compose a reply to Jennifer, keeping your tone professional and constructive. Jennifer reviewed the draft content. Overall, it looks great and should be very educational for visitors. I've identified 4 items that need correction for technical accuracy. You list each correction with the current text and suggested replacement. Happy to review the revised version before it goes to final production. The graphics and design look excellent. This will be a nice addition to the visitor centre. Let me know if you need any clarification on the suggested changes. You attach a Word document with detailed comments and suggested revisions, making it easy for the design team to implement changes. Educational accuracy is important, Visitors trust that the information the park provides is correct, and spreading misconceptions helps no one. Better to invest the time now to ensure accuracy than to have misleading information displayed for months or years. Message 20 is from the grounds department, confirming that the cattail harvest you requested can be completed Thursday morning. As discussed, they estimate approximately £220 will be available, slightly more than the £200 you requested. You reply with thanks and coordinate the pickup timing with the feed prep crew. Messages 21 and 22 are spam that somehow made it through the email filters, advertisements for office supplies, and a conference in Europe about exotic animal nutrition. You delete both without opening them fully. By 3:30 p.m, the email inbox is managed down to a reasonable level. Urgent and important messages have been answered. Informational messages have been read and filed. Spam has been deleted. The unread count now shows 3, all low priority items that can wait until tomorrow if necessary. You feel the satisfaction of an inbox that's under control, knowing that all the communication balls in the air have been caught and handled appropriately. You lean back in your chair, which squeaks in its familiar way, and allow yourself a brief mental break. The afternoon work has been productive, but mentally tiring. Documentation requires sustained attention to detail, and your brain is feeling the accumulated strain of maintaining that focus for hours. Your eyes are slightly dry from staring at the computer screen, and you blink deliberately several times to re-wet them. Through your office window, you can see the late afternoon sun casting long shadows across the compound. The feed storage silos are silhouetted against the bright sky, their cylindrical shapes creating geometric patterns of light and shadow. A small breeze stirs the palm trees that line the pathways, their fronds rustling softly in a gentle rhythm that you can see but not hear through the closed window. The day is progressing toward evening, and you're past the halfway point of your shift. Your desk phone rings, interrupting the moment of rest. You pick up the receiver, noting that the caller ID shows an internal extension from the paddock maintenance department. Hayes Herbivore Nutrition. The voice on the other end is Jake, a maintenance technician you've worked with many times. Hey Doc, we've got a question about the feeding stations in Parasaurolophus paddock. We're doing some routine maintenance on the distribution systems, and we want to make sure we're not going to interfere with feeding schedules. When's their next scheduled meal? You click over to your feeding schedule display, pulling up the Parasaurolophus timeline. The screen shows their day divided into feeding periods with colour-coded blocks. Next feeding is at 5:30 p.m, so about 2 hours from now. If you can finish your maintenance by 5 p.m, there shouldn't be any conflicts. That should work, Jake replies. You can hear metallic clanking in the background of his call. Tools being used, equipment being moved. We're replacing some gaskets on the water distribution system and recalibrating the portion sensors. Should be done by 4:30, probably 4:45 at the latest. Perfect. Just to be safe, send me a text or give me a call when you're done so I can confirm everything's operational before the feeding crew starts distribution. Will do, thanks Doc. After hanging up, you add a reminder to your calendar. 4:30 p.m. Follow up with Jake Ra Para feeding station maintenance. You also send a quick message to Karen in feed prep. Heads up, maintenance working on Para feeding stations, expecting completion by 4:45 p.m. May need to delay 5:30 feeding by 10-15 minutes if work runs long. We'll confirm by 5 p.m. Karen replies within a minute. No problem. We've got flexibility in the schedule. Just let us know. This is the texture of the work. Constant small communications, proactive coordination, attention to details that could cause problems if overlooked. Each individual communication is minor, but together they create the network of coordination that keeps the entire operation running smoothly. No one gets surprised by maintenance delays. No one shows up to find equipment unavailable. No one wastes time because information wasn't shared. The afternoon continues with various small tasks and minor interruptions. You update next week's feeding schedules to account for the Parasaurolophus trial modifications that were approved this morning. You review and approve time cards for the weekend prep crew, verifying that hours worked match the scheduled shifts. You respond to a request from the Education Department for information to include in a new visitor brochure about animal care. They want to know what percentage of the park's operating budget goes to animal nutrition, and you provide the figure along with context about what that includes. At 4:32 p.m, your phone buzzes with a text message from Jake. Maintenance complete. All feeding stations tested and operational. Good to go for 5:30 feeding. You reply, thanks for the update. Then you call Karen to confirm. Parasaurolophus feeding stations are ready. No delay needed for 5:30 feeding. At 5:15 p.m, you begin preparing for the evening feeding confirmation. The Paddock Operations Centre should start distributing evening meals around 5:45 p.m, and you want to have the confirmation checklist ready. This is the same process you followed yesterday evening. Another repetition of the routine that structures your workday. You pull up the evening feeding schedule, verifying portions and distribution times. Everything matches your planning from earlier in the week. You print a copy of the schedule to mark off as confirmations come in, creating a paper backup in case the computer system experiences issues during the critical evening period. The printer whirs softly, pulling the paper through its mechanisms and depositing the printed sheet in the output tray. You retrieve the printout and clip it to your clipboard, then get a fresh pen from your desk drawer. Everything is ready for the confirmation process that will begin in about 30 minutes. The radio on your desk crackles. Paddock Ops to Herbivore Nutrition. Beginning evening feeding distribution, starting with Triceratops paddock. You key the microphone. Herbivore Nutrition copy. Standing by for confirmations. Over the next hour, confirmation messages arrive at regular intervals, each one received over the radio in the professional, clipped style of operational communications. Paddock Ops to Nutrition. Triceratops evening portions distributed. All animals eating normally. No issues observed. You key your microphone. Nutrition copies. Marking Triceratops confirmed. You place a check mark on your printed schedule next to Triceratops evening feed. Paddock Ops to Nutrition. Parasaurolophus portions delivered. Flock accepting food without issues. Water station portions distributed. Land station portions distributed. All 12 animals accounted for. Nutrition copies marking Parasaurolophus confirmed. Paddock Ops to Nutrition. Brachiosaurus evening browse provided. Family grazing appropriately. Male consumed approximately 40% of portion in first 30 minutes. Normal behaviour. Female and juvenile feeding steadily. Nutrition copies marking Brachiosaurus confirmed. You mark each confirmation on your printed checklist, creating the paper trail that documents proper feeding execution. The check marks accumulate down the page, each one representing a successful feeding event, each one confirming that animals are fed and healthy. By 6:20 p.m, all evening feedings are confirmed complete, all animals are fed, and another day's nutritional management is successfully concluded. You file the completed checklist in your daily documentation binder, adding it to the collection of similar sheets that create the historical record of the park's feeding operations. The work continues, steady and methodical, as another Tuesday afternoon concludes with all tasks completed competently and on schedule. At 6:25 p.m, you begin the end-of-day routine, a process you've refined over 3 years to ensure nothing important gets forgotten and tomorrow morning's start is smooth. This routine has become almost meditative, a series of familiar actions that signal the transition from work mode to personal time. First, you review tomorrow's schedule, pulling up your calendar to check for any appointments, meetings, or special activities that need preparation. Tomorrow's calendar displays on your screen, each time slot showing scheduled items. The day appears relatively standard, with a few notable additions. 8:30 a.m, Morning data review, standard daily task, no preparation needed. 9:30 a.m, monthly staff coordination meeting, 45 minutes, attendance required. 11:00 a.m, tour group presentation, Jubra 1 at Triceratops Paddock, 20 minutes. 1:00 p.m, supply delivery arrival and inspection, 30 minutes, coordinate with receiving. 2:30 p.m, tour group presentation, Nublar 2 at Brachiosaurus observation point, 20 minutes. You make a note on a sticky pad, writing in your clear handwriting. Wednesday priorities. 1. Staff meeting prep. Bring nutrition summary. 2. Coordinate supply delivery with receiving depth. 3. 2 tour presentations. Bring educational materials. The sticky note is bright yellow, impossible to miss, and you place it on your computer monitor where you'll see it immediately tomorrow morning when you log in. Next, you organise the papers on your desk. Over the course of the day, various documents have accumulated. Printed reports, notes from phone calls, copies of requisition forms, the evening feeding checklist. Each item needs to be either filed or disposed of, and pending items need to be arranged in priority order for tomorrow's attention. Today's feeding confirmation sheets, both the printed morning documentation and the evening checklist you just completed, get filed in the daily operations binder. This binder is organised chronologically, with dividers separating each month. You flip to the June section and add today's sheets to the growing collection. The binder is about 2/3 full now. At the end of the month, you'll archive it with the other completed binders from previous months. The nutrition trial protocol draft that you worked on this morning is already filed electronically, but you have a printed copy with handwritten notes from your conversation with Sarah. This goes into a priority folder labelled Active Projects that sits on the corner of your desk. This folder contains items that need ongoing attention over multiple days or weeks. The trial protocol will stay here until the trial is complete and results are analysed. Your tour presentation notes get returned to their designated folder, a manila folder labelled Educational Programs, Tour Presentations. This folder contains outline notes for various presentation topics, along with printed materials and reference information that's useful when speaking to visitors. You've given enough presentations now that most topics are familiar, but you still find it helpful to review your notes beforehand to ensure you cover all the key points. The completed requisition forms get filed in your procurement tracking folder. This folder helps you monitor the status of supply orders. You can quickly reference what's been ordered, when it was ordered, and what status updates have been received. You write today's date next to each requisition number, creating a timeline of the ordering process. Various other papers get sorted. Informational memos go into a reading file for review when you have spare time. Meeting minutes get filed in the appropriate meeting folder. Notes from phone calls get added to a communication log. And several pieces of scratch paper with temporary notes get crumpled and tossed in the recycling bin. The logbook sitting on your desk gets updated with final notes for Tuesday. You pick up your pen and write in the next available line. June 15th, all feedings completed on schedule. No issues reported. Aquatic vegetation delivery rescheduled for Thursday, 8:00 a.m. Parasaurolophus protein trial, approved by Harding, starting Monday, 6:20. Tour presentation for 15 visitors at Trike Paddock. Very positive engagement. Maintenance completed on para feeding stations. Systems tested operational. Evening feeding confirmations, all positive. These logbook entries serve as a narrative supplement to the formal documentation in the computer system. While the electronic records capture detailed data and specific measurements, the logbook provides context, observations, and the kind of qualitative information that doesn't fit neatly into database fields. Over time, these entries create a story of the nutrition program's operations, capturing not just what happened, but also the flow of events and the professional judgment applied in various situations. You check that all computer files are saved and properly named. You review your recent documents list, verifying that each file has a descriptive name that will make it easy to find later. Weekly feeding schedule, June 2026. XLSX is clear and understandable. Trial protocol paraprotein v2 doc indicates both the subject and the version number. Requisition tracking June 2025.xlsx is properly dated and categorized. File naming seems like a trivial detail, but you've learned that good organization practices make an enormous difference in efficiency. Being able to find the right file quickly, knowing exactly what a file contains from its name, having a logical folder structure, these things save cumulative hours over months and years. The feeding schedules for next week are finalized and saved in multiple locations on your computer, backed up to the network server and uploaded to the shared planning system where other departments can access them. The inventory tracking spreadsheet is current with today's inspection data. The nutrition database has today's consumption data entered. The email inbox is clear, except for 3 low-priority messages that can wait. The desk phone gets a final check. You press the voicemail button and hear the automated message. You have no new messages. Good. All communication is handled. The radio is turned off and placed in its charging cradle. The indicator light showing that charging is in progress. Your water bottle, which you've refilled several times throughout the day, is emptied into the break room sink and rinsed clean, ready to refill tomorrow. At 6:42 p.m, you log out of the computer, clicking through the logout sequence and waiting for the system to fully power off before standing up from your desk. The monitor goes dark, the computer's fan spins down to silence, and the various indicator lights on the equipment fade to black. The office is organised and ready for tomorrow, and you feel the satisfaction that comes from a productive day properly concluded. You grab your work bag from its hook beside the door, a canvas messenger bag that holds your personal items, a book you're currently reading, a biography of a naturalist that's been interesting if somewhat slow-paced. Your water bottle, the lunch containers from today's meal, a light jacket in case the evening is cooler than expected, and your keys and wallet. Before leaving, you conduct a final visual scan of the office, a habit ingrained from years of professional work. Computer, off. Desk, organised. Papers, filed. Phone, no messages. Radio, charging. Windows, closed and locked. Lights, ready to turn off. Everything is in order. You flip the light switch by the door and the office lights go dark. The only illumination now comes from the security lights in the hallway, casting a dim glow through the window in your door. You step into the hallway, pull the door closed behind you, and test the lock to ensure it engaged properly. The door handle doesn't turn, securely locked. The nutrition centre's corridors are quiet, the day shift mostly departed and the night shift working in the prep areas and field stations. Your footsteps echo slightly as you walk toward the exit, passing closed office doors and darkened workspaces. The building has a different character in the evening, less bustling and active, more peaceful and contemplative. You pass the prep facility entrance, where work continues around the clock to ensure feedings can happen on schedule. Through the doorway, you can see Maria, the night supervisor, reviewing tomorrow's preparation schedule on her tablet. She looks up and waves when she notices you passing. "Everything good tonight?" you ask, pausing in the doorway. "All quiet. Dr. Hayes, have a good evening." Maria's voice is warm and professional. She's been with the park since before you arrived, a veteran of the nutrition program who knows the work inside and out. "You too. See you tomorrow." You continue down the corridor toward the exit. Outside, the evening has arrived fully, the tropical sky deepening into that brief twilight that precedes darkness. The sun has set below the horizon, but the sky still holds some light, a deep blue fading to purple near the western horizon, where the last traces of sunset glow faintly orange. The air is cooler now than during the afternoon heat, comfortable rather than warm, probably around 76 degrees. It's pleasant, the temperature perfect for the brief walk to the parking lot. The air carries the scent of vegetation. tropical flowers that bloom in the evening, grass that was mowed earlier today by the grounds crew, the general green smell of a lush island ecosystem. There's also that indefinable quality that tropical islands have, salt air from the surrounding ocean mixed with plant growth and earth, creating a complex olfactory experience that's both foreign and appealing. The pathway lighting has activated automatically as darkness approaches, with fixtures every 30 feet casting pools of warm light on the concrete. The lighting is designed to be bright enough for safe walking while minimizing light pollution that might disturb the animals in their paddocks. The result is a pleasant illumination level, not as bright as full daylight, but more than adequate to see clearly. The walk to your car is brief, about 90 seconds at a comfortable pace. The parking lot is less full than it was this morning, with most day shift workers having already departed. Your car is where you left it this morning, parked in the spot you typically use near the back of the lot. It's a compact sedan, nothing fancy, perfectly adequate for the limited driving required on an island where everything is relatively close. You settle into the driver's seat with a small sigh of relief that marks the end of a work day. The seat is slightly warm from sitting in the sun during the day, and you adjust your position to get comfortable. You place your work bag on the passenger seat, then insert the key in the ignition. The engine starts smoothly, turning over on the first attempt and settling into a steady idle. You let it run for a moment while you fasten your seat belt and adjust the mirrors, small preparation rituals that give the engine time to settle. The radio turns on automatically, set to a station that plays mostly instrumental music. Soft piano notes fill the car's interior, providing pleasant background sound without being intrusive. You put the car in reverse, check your mirrors and blind spots, and back carefully out of the parking space. The parking lot navigation is simple and familiar. You've done this hundreds of times. You pull forward, following the marked lanes toward the exit, passing rows of parked vehicles and illuminated pathway signs. As you drive, you reflect briefly on the day. Solid work accomplished, no crises encountered, productive outcomes achieved. The Parasaurolophus trial is approved and ready to start Monday. The tour presentation this afternoon went well, with engaged visitors asking good questions. The evening feedings were completed without issues. All the small tasks that make up a nutritionist's work were handled competently and professionally. The drive to the staff residential area takes about 8 minutes, following the main park road through sections of carefully maintained landscape. The road is well paved and clearly marked, designed to handle both service vehicles and the occasional tour vehicle that comes through this area. Security lights illuminate the route at regular intervals, and reflective signs mark intersections and facility entrances. You pass the veterinary clinic, its windows still lit despite the late hour. The vet staff works the same around-the-clock schedule as the nutrition program, ensuring animal health is monitored continuously. You pass the maintenance complex, where several service vehicles are parked in neat rows, awaiting tomorrow's assignments. You pass the security checkpoint where staff residential access is monitored, waving to the guard on duty who recognises your vehicle and waves you through. Tomorrow will bring similar work. Data review, feeding schedule confirmation, coordination with other departments, the endless small details that keep the programme running. But that's exactly what you signed up for. Not glamour or excitement, but the satisfaction of doing important work well, of contributing your expertise to ensure that these remarkable animals receive the care they need to thrive. The staff residential complex appears ahead, a collection of modest apartment buildings arranged around landscaped courtyards. Your building is the third one on the left, and you pull into the small parking area adjacent to it. The lot is mostly full. The evening hours when most residents are home. You park, turn off the engine, and gather your belongings. The evening air greets you when you open the door, still warm, comfortable, carrying the scent of tropical flowers from the landscaping around the apartments. It's peaceful, quiet except for distant sounds of the island. birds settling in for the night, a gentle breeze rustling palm fronds, the far-off sound of the ocean that surrounds this place. Your apartment is on the second floor, reached by an exterior stairway that ascends from the parking area. You climb the stairs, your footsteps echoing softly on the metal treads. The hallway is well lit and clean, maintained by the park's housing services. You reach your door, apartment 2-C, and use your key to unlock it. Inside, the apartment is as you left it this morning, small but comfortable, adequate for your needs. The living room holds a couch, a television, a small dining table. The kitchenette is compact but functional. The bedroom is just large enough for a bed, a dresser, and a small desk. The bathroom is standard. It's not luxurious, but it's home. And after 3 years here, you've made it comfortable and personal. You set down your work bag and immediately begin the evening routine. Change out of work clothes into comfortable casual wear, jeans and a t-shirt. Put the lunch containers in the kitchen sink to wash. Refill the water bottle and place it in the refrigerator so it's cold for tomorrow. Check the apartment for any immediate needs. Nothing obvious. Dinner is simple. Pasta with marinara sauce, a salad from bagged greens, a piece of garlic bread heated in the toaster oven. You prepare the meal efficiently, having cooked countless similar dinners in this small kitchen. The work is automatic, requiring no thought. Boil water, add pasta, heat sauce, assemble salad. Within 20 minutes, dinner is ready. You eat while watching a nature documentary, something about coral reefs. The irony isn't lost on you. After a day working with prehistoric animals, you relax by watching programs about natural history. But the documentary is engaging, beautifully filmed, educational without being dry. It's pleasant background for dinner. After eating, you wash the dishes, a few minutes of simple work that leaves the kitchen clean. You pack tomorrow's lunch, another turkey sandwich, another apple, chips, refilled water bottle. The lunch bag goes in the refrigerator, ready to grab on your way out tomorrow morning. The rest of the evening is quiet and personal. You read for an hour, making progress in that naturalist biography. You browse the internet briefly, checking news and sending a few personal emails to friends and family on the mainland. You prepare for bed, shower, brushing teeth, setting the alarm clock for 5:45 a.m. tomorrow. By 9:30 p.m. you're in bed, lights off, ready for sleep. The apartment is quiet, cooled by the ceiling fan that turns slowly above the bed. Through the window, you can hear the distant sounds of the island at night, insects chirping, the occasional bird call, the ever-present whisper of wind through vegetation. The work was good today. The animals are healthy. The program is functioning as designed. Tomorrow will bring similar work, and you're ready for it. Sleep comes gradually, your mind releasing the details of feeding schedules and inventory management, letting go of the professional considerations that occupied your thoughts all day. Your breathing slows, deepens, becomes regular. The transition from wakefulness to sleep is smooth and natural, aided by the satisfaction of work well done and the comfort of familiar routines. The alarm clock buzzes at 5:45 a.m. and you reach over to silence it with the practiced motion of someone who has done this hundreds of times. The sound is electronic and insistent, not particularly pleasant, but effective at waking you. Your hand finds the button on top of the clock, pressing it firmly to stop the noise. The bedroom is still dark, the window showing only the faintest hint of pre-dawn light beginning to appear at the horizon. The darkness is soft and complete, the kind of darkness you only get on an island without significant light pollution. Your eyes adjust slowly as you lie still for a moment, transitioning from sleep to wakefulness, giving your body time to fully wake before demanding movement. You sit up and swing your legs out of bed, your feet finding the floor. The apartment's tile floor is slightly cool against your bare feet. Not cold, but noticeably cooler than the bed's warmth. You stand and stretch, reaching your arms overhead and feeling your spine extend, small pops and cracks signalling the transition from sleep posture to active movement. The morning routine is practiced and efficient, refined over years of early shifts into a sequence that requires minimal thought. You move through it automatically, your body knowing what comes next even as your mind is still fully waking up. Shower first. The bathroom light is bright after the darkness of the bedroom, and you squint slightly until your eyes adjust. You turn on the water, waiting for it to warm to the desired temperature. The apartment's water heater is small but adequate, providing enough hot water for a quick shower. You step under the spray, letting the warm water wash away the last remnants of sleep. The shower is brief and functional. You're not trying to luxuriate, just to wake up and get clean. Shampoo, rinse, soap, rinse, face wash, rinse. The entire process takes maybe 7 minutes. You turn off the water and reach for the towel hanging on the rack outside the shower curtain. After drying off, you wrap the towel around your waist and return to the bedroom to dress. Your work clothes are laid out from last night. Khaki pants and a polo shirt with the Jurassic Park logo embroidered on the chest. The clothes are clean, comfortable, professional without being formal. You dress efficiently. Underwear, undershirt, pants, polo shirt, socks, work shoes. Each item has its place in the routine. Each step flows into the next without conscious planning. In the bathroom again, you shave, a quick pass with an electric razor that requires no cream or water. The razor buzzes softly, the sound familiar and somehow comforting in its normalcy. You complete your morning grooming. Deodorant, a splash of cologne, subtle, not overpowering, hair combed and neat. By 6:15 a.m. you're dressed and ready for the day. The apartment's kitchen is small but sufficient for basic meal preparation. You make breakfast a routine that varies little from day to day. 2 slices of whole wheat bread in the toaster, peanut butter from the jar in the cupboard, a banana from the bunch on the counter, and coffee. The coffee maker starts with the press of a button, beginning its familiar gurgling and dripping. You've loaded it last night. Coffee, grounds in the filter, water in the reservoir, so all it needs now is to be activated. While the coffee brews, you prepare the toast. The toaster pops up with a soft sound, ejecting 2 slices of perfectly browned toast. You spread peanut butter on each slice, using a knife from the drawer and working the peanut butter from edge to edge in smooth strokes. The peanut butter is the natural kind, the type that separates and requires stirring when you first open the jar, but you prefer its flavour and texture to the processed varieties. The banana is perfectly ripe, yellow with just a few brown spots, indicating optimal sweetness and texture. You peel it and eat it while standing at the counter, followed by the peanut butter toast. The meal is simple but satisfying, providing protein, carbohydrates, and enough calories to fuel the morning's work. The coffee finishes brewing with a final gurgle and hiss. You pour a cup, black, no additions, and take the first sip. The coffee is strong and hot, exactly what you need to complete the waking up process. The caffeine begins its work almost immediately, or at least you perceive it that way. Sharpening focus, increasing alertness, preparing your mind for the day's analytical and administrative work. While drinking your coffee, you review your notes from last night. The sticky pad reminder about today's priorities sits on the counter where you placed it. Wednesday priorities. 1. Staff meeting prep. Bring nutrition summary. 2. Coordinate supply delivery with receiving depth. 3. 2 tour presentations. Bring educational materials. You gather the materials you'll need. The nutrition summary for the staff meeting is already prepared. A 1-page document showing last week's feeding completion rates, consumption trends, and any notable observations. You printed it yesterday afternoon, and it's in your work bag. The tour presentation materials are also ready. Your outline notes and the tablet with photos and diagrams. The supply delivery coordination just requires remembering to call the receiving department first thing when you get to the office. By 6:25 a.m, you're ready to leave. Breakfast is complete. Dishes are rinsed and placed in the sink. You'll wash them tonight. And today's lunch is retrieved from the refrigerator. You pack your work bag. Lunch, water bottle, notebook, pens, reading glasses, for reviewing small print on forms, the materials for today's meeting and presentations. A final check of the apartment. Lights off, windows closed and locked, air conditioning set to a higher temperature to save energy while you're gone, door locked securely behind you as you leave. The drive to the nutrition centre follows the same route as yesterday and every other workday. The morning is cool and pleasant, probably around 74 degrees, with a light breeze that carries the scent of morning on a tropical island. Dew on vegetation, flowers opening with dawn, the salt air from the ocean. The sky is lightening, is toward full sunrise, displaying beautiful gradations of colour from deep blue overhead to orange and pink near the eastern horizon. The park's main road is quiet this early. You pass a few maintenance vehicles, already out and working, the grounds crew starting their day, security completing their overnight rounds. You exchange waves with a ranger driving in the opposite direction, both of you acknowledging the other's presence with the casual friendliness that exists among early shift workers. You arrive at the nutrition centre at 6:41 a.m, parking in your usual spot and gathering your belongings. The walk to the building entrance is brief, and you badge in at the security reader. The building is quiet. You're again the first nutritionist to arrive, though the prep crew has been working since 5 a.m, and you can hear their activity from the adjacent warehouse. Your office welcomes you with its familiar arrangement. Desk, computer, filing cabinet, window overlooking the feed silos. Everything is exactly as you left it last night, organised and ready for the day's work. You hang your work bag on its hook, set your lunch in the break room refrigerator, and return with a cup of fresh coffee from the pot that the early prep crew has started. The computer boots up while you flip through yesterday's evening feeding reports that were left on your desk overnight. The night supervisor has filled out the standard forms documenting all evening feedings, times, quantities, consumption rates, observations. You scan through them quickly, all feedings completed on schedule, all portions consumed within expected ranges, no behavioural issues observed, no rejected meals. It's another set of green check marks, another confirmation that the nutritional management is working as designed. You feel the familiar satisfaction of seeing positive results, knowing that your planning and the staff's execution are aligned and effective. The computer finishes loading, and you log in to review overnight data. The morning's work begins with the same tasks as yesterday, checking feeding reports, verifying consumption rates, confirming that all animals ate appropriately. The work is repetitive, but that repetition is what creates the consistent care that keeps the animals healthy. Today's review shows everything normal. Triceratops herd. All animals ate their evening portions. Consumption rates 95-99%. No concerns. Parasaurolophus flock. Complete consumption. All 12 animals accounted for and eating normally. Brachiosaurus family. Steady overnight grazing on their provided browse material. Behaviour consistent with healthy animals following natural feeding patterns. You cross-reference this data with each animal's nutritional profile, ensuring that total caloric intake over the past 24 hours falls within target ranges. Every animal is either exactly on target or within acceptable variation. The spreadsheet cells display green confirmations, visual affirmation that another day of feeding was successful. At 7:15 a.m, you begin reviewing today's feeding schedule. Morning meals need to be prepared and distributed between 7:30 and 9:30 a.m. You pull up the schedule and verify that the planned portions match current inventory levels and that no last-minute adjustments are required. The schedule matches your planning from Monday. No changes needed. All quantities are appropriate. All timing is correct. All species are accounted for. You send a confirmation message to the prep crew supervisor through the internal messaging system. Morning feeding schedule approved. No changes from planned portions. Proceed with distribution as scheduled. The response comes back within seconds. Copy. Beginning prep now. All materials available. No shortages. The day is underway, settling into its rhythm of data review, coordination, and careful monitoring. Another Wednesday in the nutrition department. Another day of ensuring that prehistoric herbivores receive modern, scientific nutrition management. The work continues, as reliable and predictable as sunrise, as essential as the food itself. At 9:15 a.m, you begin preparing for the monthly staff coordination meeting scheduled for 9:30. This meeting brings together representatives from all departments involved in animal care, nutrition, veterinary, paddock operations, grounds maintenance, security, and park management. The purpose is to ensure coordination across departments, share information about ongoing projects, and address any issues that require interdepartmental collaboration. You gather the materials you'll need: your laptop, which contains the nutrition summary presentation you prepared yesterday, a notepad for taking notes during the meeting, your calendar for reference when discussing upcoming schedules, and a printed agenda that was distributed yesterday via email. The agenda lists the topics to be covered. 1. Operational updates from each department, 5 minutes each. 2. Review of last week's key metrics. 3. Upcoming special events and VIP visits. 4. Interdepartmental projects and coordination needs. 5. New business and open discussion. You review your notes for the nutrition department update. The summary is straightforward. All feedings completed on schedule last week. Consumption rates normal across all species, no health concerns related to nutrition. Upcoming Parasaurolophus diet trial, starting Monday. Supply orders current and on schedule. You estimate your update will take 3 to 4 minutes, leaving time for any questions. At 9:25 a.m. you close and lock your office, carrying your materials down the hallway and out to the covered walkway. The morning has warmed considerably since your arrival, probably approaching 82 degrees now, and the humidity is building. You're grateful for the walkway's roof providing shade as you make the 5-minute walk to the main administration building. The conference room is located on the 2nd floor of the administration building, reached by taking the elevator or stairs from the main lobby. You choose the stairs, only one flight, and the brief physical activity feels good after sitting at your desk for the past 2 hours. The stairwell is air-conditioned and clean, with handrails on both sides and clearly marked floor numbers. The conference room door is open when you arrive, and several staff members are already present. The room is a functional space designed for meetings, a large oval table that can seat 20 people, comfortable chairs with adjustable height and back support, whiteboards on 2 walls, a projector and screen for presentations, and large windows offering views of the park's central gardens. The table is set up with notepads, pens and water glasses at each position. A coffee service sits on a side table, a large insulated carafe of coffee, a smaller carafe of hot water for tea, assorted tea bags, cream, sugar, and a plate of breakfast pastries. You pour yourself a coffee, adding a splash of cream, and select a seat in the middle of the table where you'll have good sight lines to the presentation screen and easy conversation access with colleagues. Dr. Harding arrives next, carrying a tablet and a thick folder of veterinary records. He nods a greeting and takes a seat across from you. "Morning, Hayes. Ready for the week ahead?" "Always," you reply with a slight smile. "How's the veterinary schedule looking?" "Busy but manageable. We've got routine health checks for the Stegosaurus herd on Friday, and I'm waiting on some blood chemistry results from the mainland lab. Should have those back tomorrow." Sarah Chen arrives with 2 other veterinary staff members, and they settle into seats near Dr. Harding. Then representatives from paddock operations arrive. 3 rangers, including the one who requested your tour presentation yesterday. They're followed by the grounds maintenance supervisor, the head of security, and finally, Jennifer Wu from park operations. At 9:32 a.m, Jennifer calls the meeting to order. "Good morning, everyone. Thanks for being here on time. Let's keep this efficient. I know everyone has work waiting. We'll go through the agenda in order, with brief updates from each department. Questions and discussion as needed, but let's stay focused. She clicks a button on a remote control, and the projector displays the meeting agenda on the screen. Let's start with paddock operations. James, what's your update? James, the head of paddock operations, stands and walks to the whiteboard where he can gesture at diagrams he's prepared. Morning everyone. Operations update for paddock team. All enclosures are in good condition, no fence breaches or major maintenance issues. We did have some erosion near the Triceratops watering area from last week's heavy rain, but repairs are scheduled for this weekend. The work should take Saturday and most of Sunday, but it won't interfere with feeding or access. He points to a diagram on the whiteboard showing the affected area. We're bringing in additional drainage material and reinforcing the slope to prevent future erosion. The area will be roped off starting Friday evening, and the Triceratops will have access to alternate water stations during the repair period. Cost estimate, Jennifer asks, making notes on her tablet. About $8,000 for materials and contracted labour, within our maintenance budget for the quarter. Sounds good. Coordinate with security to ensure the work crews have proper access on the weekend. Next item. The Parasaurolophus lake vegetation is growing well and providing good natural browse supplementation. We're seeing the animals spend more time in the water during the heat of the day, which is exactly the behaviour we want to encourage. Water quality tests are all showing good parameters. Excellent. Anything else from paddock operations? That's all I have. Happy to take questions. There are no questions, and James returns to his seat. Jennifer advances to the next agenda item. Veterinary update. Dr. Harding? Dr. Harding stands, consulting his tablet as he speaks. Veterinary summary. We conducted routine health checks on the Parasaurolophus flock yesterday. All animals are in good health with no active medical issues. Blood panels showed normal values across the board, with one minor note that we've already coordinated with nutrition to address. He glances in your direction. We identified that Para 7 is running slightly low on B vitamins, still within normal range, just at the lower end. Dr. Hayes will be adding supplementation starting next week, and will follow up with blood work in 2 weeks to confirm the adjustment is effective. Jennifer makes a note. Good catch on that. Early intervention is always better. What else? We have a more interesting finding that relates to an upcoming trial. Dr. Harding explains the protein metabolism pattern that Sarah discovered, the higher efficiency in younger Parasaurolophus compared to older adults. He outlines the trial protocol that you and Sarah developed, explaining the hypothesis and the careful monitoring that will accompany the diet modifications. Nutrition department will be leading this trial starting Monday, Dr. Harding continues. 4 weeks duration, close monitoring of weight and health parameters, conservative approach with immediate reversion if any concerns arise. If successful, the trial could inform our care protocols and potentially reduce feed costs without compromising animal welfare. And we're confident this is safe, Jennifer asks, her tone suggesting this is more due diligence than actual concern. Very confident, Dr. Harding replies. The proposed modifications are small, the monitoring is extensive, and we're being very conservative. These animals are already showing they're extracting nutrients efficiently. We're just testing whether we can match their diet more precisely to their demonstrated metabolic capabilities. Okay, proceed with the trial. Keep me updated on progress. Dr. Hayes, you'll be reporting on this? Yes, you confirm. I'll provide weekly updates and a full analysis at the end of the 4-week period. Dr. Harding continues with the rest of his update. Dental cleanings scheduled for 3 Triceratops juveniles this afternoon. Routine wellness exams for the Stegosaurus herd on Friday. An ongoing monitoring of a small skin condition on 1 Gallimimus that's responding well to treatment. The update takes about 6 minutes total, and Dr. Harding returns to his seat. Nutrition department, Jennifer says, looking in your direction. Dr. Hayes. You stand and click the remote to advance the presentation screen to your prepared slides. The first slide shows a summary of last week's feeding operations. Nutrition summary for last week. All scheduled feedings were completed on time across all species groups. Consumption rates averaged at 96.7% across all animals, which is excellent. Well within our target range of 90–100%. We had no refused meals, no signs of digestive distress, and no nutrition-related health concerns reported. You click to the next slide, which shows a graph of consumption trends over the past month. As you can see, consumption has been very steady. There's normal daily variation, but the trend line is essentially flat, indicating stable health and consistent appetites across the populations. Click to the next slide. Supply status. Supply chain is in good shape. All critical materials are stocked at appropriate levels, and we have no shortages on the horizon. We've submitted reorder requests for several items that will be needed in the next 3 to 4 weeks, all on schedule for delivery well before current stocks are exhausted. Click to the final slide. Upcoming activities. Looking ahead, we have the Parasaurolophus trial starting Monday, as Dr. Harding mentioned. We also have 2 tour group presentations scheduled for today, and we're coordinating with Grounds Department on a cattail harvest for Thursday delivery. That's all I have unless there are questions. The tour presentations, those have been going well, Jennifer asks. Very well. Visitors appreciate getting to talk with actual staff members who work with the animals. The feedback has been consistently positive, and the education department has been requesting more presentations. I'm happy to continue doing them as schedule allows. Good. Let's keep that going. It's excellent PR, and it makes the visitor experience more personal. Thanks, Dr. Hayes. You return to your seat, satisfied with how the update went. Concise, informative, no surprises or concerns to report. Exactly what a routine operational update should be. The meeting continues through the remaining departments. Grounds maintenance reports on landscaping projects and vegetation management in the paddocks. Security provides an overview of last week's incident reports. All minor lost property items. 1. First aid call for a visitor's scraped knee. Routine surveillance system maintenance. Park operations discusses visitor attendance trends and upcoming marketing initiatives. The meeting moves to the agenda's third item, upcoming special events and VIP visits. Jennifer explains that InGen investors will be visiting next month, a group of about 15 people who will tour the facility, meet with key staff, and review operational reports. This is important for continued funding and support, Jennifer emphasises. We need to show them that their investment is being managed professionally and that the park is operating at high standards. Every department should plan to have your area's tour ready, clean and organised, presentation materials prepared, data ready to demonstrate programme success. She looks around the table, making eye contact with each department head. Dr. Hayes, the investors will definitely want to see the feeding operations and understand the nutritional programme. Can you prepare a presentation similar to what you did today, but with more detail on costs, efficiency, and programme outcomes? Absolutely, you respond. I'll put together a comprehensive overview with all the metrics and data they'd want to see. When's the visit scheduled? July 15th, so you have about 4 weeks to prepare. You make a note. Prepare investor presentation on nutrition programme, due by July 14th. The meeting continues through the remaining agenda items. Discussion of a new employee orientation programme, updates on facility maintenance projects, coordination of vacation schedules to ensure adequate staffing throughout the summer. Each topic receives appropriate attention, with Jennifer keeping the discussion focused and moving forward efficiently. At 10:38 a.m, Jennifer closes the meeting. Okay, I think we've covered everything. Thanks everyone for your updates and coordination. If issues come up before our next meeting, reach out directly or send them to me for routing. Have a productive week. People gather their materials and begin filing out, conversations continuing in small groups as the formal meeting breaks up into informal discussions. You talk briefly with James from paddock operations about coordinating this weekend's erosion repair with feeding schedules, ensuring the work won't disrupt the Triceratops herd's routines. Sarah catches you as you're leaving. Good update. The trial presentation went well. I think Jennifer is comfortable with it. She seemed satisfied, and Dr. Harding backed us up nicely. Want to grab lunch together later? Sarah asks. I'm free around noon. Can't today. I've got tour presentations at 11 and 2:30, plus a supply delivery to coordinate. Maybe tomorrow? Sounds good. Good luck with the presentations. You part ways in the hallway, Sarah heading back to the veterinary clinic while you return to the nutrition centre. The morning is advancing toward midday, and your schedule shows the first tour presentation in 20 minutes. Time to gather your materials and head to the Triceratops paddock. The afternoon progresses through a familiar pattern of tasks and responsibilities. After the morning staff meeting and the first tour presentation at the Triceratops paddock, which went smoothly, with an engaged group of visitors asking intelligent questions, you return to the office to handle the accumulated administrative work. The supply delivery arrives at 1:15 p.m, 15 minutes later than the scheduled 1 p.m. time, but well within acceptable variance. You coordinate with the receiving department to inspect the shipment. 4 bags of calcium supplement powder, 200 pounds total, 6 bottles of liquid vitamins, 3 containers of probiotic formulation. Everything matches the order. All packaging is intact. All expiration dates are appropriate. You sign the receiving documents and coordinate with the warehouse staff to move the supplies to appropriate storage locations. The second tour presentation at 2:30 p.m. is equally successful. This group is smaller, only 8 people, but their questions are more technically sophisticated, suggesting some visitors have backgrounds in science or animal care. You spend extra time discussing the complexities of designing diets for extinct species, and the group's appreciation is evident in their engaged attention and thoughtful follow-up questions. By 3:30 p.m, you're back at your desk, working through the afternoon's administrative tasks. Email responses, data entry, schedule updates, the steady flow of coordination and documentation that fills a nutritionist's day. The work is routine but essential, each task contributing to the overall functioning of the programme. At 5:15 p.m, you begin the evening feeding confirmation process, monitoring radio communications as paddock operations distributes evening meals to all herbivore species. Each confirmation comes in positive. Triceratops eating normally, Parasaurolophus accepting food without issues, Brachiosaurus grazing appropriately. You mark each confirmation on your printed checklist, creating the documentation that confirms another successful day of feeding operations. By 6:20 p.m, all evening feedings are confirmed complete. You conduct your end-of-day routine, reviewing tomorrow's schedule, organising your desk, filing completed paperwork, updating the logbook with today's notes. The office is organised and ready for tomorrow, and you feel the familiar satisfaction of a productive day properly concluded. The drive home is peaceful, the evening air comfortable and pleasant. You arrive at your apartment, change into casual clothes, and prepare a simple dinner. The evening passes quietly, reading, relaxing, preparing tomorrow's lunch, getting ready for bed. By 9:30 p.m, you're in bed, the day's work complete, and tomorrow's responsibilities waiting. Sleep comes easily, aided by the physical tiredness of a full day's work and the mental satisfaction of tasks completed competently. Thursday morning begins like Wednesday, which began like Tuesday. The alarm at 5:45 a.m, the familiar routine of shower and dressing, the simple breakfast of toast and coffee, the drive to the nutrition centre through the Awakening Park, arriving at 6:43 a.m. to find the building quiet except for the prep crew's activity. The morning data review, shows continued positive results. All overnight feedings completed on schedule. All animals eating within expected ranges. No concerns or issues requiring attention. The repetition is not boring but reassuring. Each day's positive results, confirming that the program's careful planning and execution are effective. At 8:00 a.m, the anticipated delivery arrives. 220 pounds of fresh-cut cattails from the grounds department's harvest. You inspect the material, excellent quality, properly processed, delivered in clean containers that maintain freshness. You coordinate with the feed prep crew to integrate the cattails into today's Parasaurolophus feedings, ensuring the fresh material is used while at peak quality. The day proceeds through its scheduled activities, menu planning for next week's meals, supply inventory management, coordination with veterinary about routine health checks, response to emails and phone calls. Each task receives appropriate attention. Each responsibility is fulfilled. Each interaction is professional and productive. At 11:30 a.m, you take your lunch break, eating your sandwich at your desk, while reviewing the upcoming Parasaurolophus trial protocol one final time. Monday morning, the trial will begin, requiring even more careful monitoring and documentation than usual. You verify that all preparations are in place, modified feeding schedules are approved, monitoring checklists are prepared, baseline data is compiled, coordination with veterinary is confirmed. The afternoon brings more of the same. Documentation work, administrative tasks, coordination calls. At 3 p.m, you conduct an unscheduled inspection of the feed storage facility, wanting to personally verify that the newly delivered calcium supplement is properly stored and that all other materials remain in good condition. Everything checks out perfectly. Supplies are organised, temperatures are correct, quality is maintained. By evening, another day is complete. The feedings are confirmed successful, the paperwork is filed, the office is organised for tomorrow. You drive home through the tropical dusk, prepare dinner, relax for the evening, and prepare for bed. Friday follows the same pattern. Morning routine, arrival at the office, data review, feeding schedule management. The week is drawing to a close and you begin preparing for the upcoming week, reviewing plans, finalising schedules, ensuring everything is in place for Monday's trial start. The week concludes successfully. 5 days of competent professional work. 5 days of healthy animals eating appropriate diets. 5 days of careful coordination and attention to detail. 5 days of the routine that creates consistency. The consistency that enables health. The health that validates the program's approach. Saturday morning feels different, even before you're fully awake. The alarm doesn't ring. It's your day off. One of 2 each week when someone else handles the morning data review and oversees feeding operations. You wake naturally around 7:00 a.m, no urgency, no immediate responsibilities. The day is yours to structure as you choose. You handle personal tasks, laundry, apartment cleaning, grocery shopping. You read for hours, making significant progress in that naturalist biography. You walk along the beach that's accessible from the residential area, enjoying the ocean breeze and the simple pleasure of unstructured time. Sunday is similarly relaxed. You sleep in again, enjoy a leisurely breakfast, spend the afternoon organising your apartment like you've been planning for weeks. Books get arranged on shelves, papers get filed or discarded, clothing gets organised in the closet. The work is satisfying in a different way than professional work. Direct, visible, immediately complete. But even during the weekend, your mind occasionally returns to work. You think about Monday's trial start, mentally reviewing the protocol and preparation. You think about the week's feeding schedules, confirming in your mind that everything is properly planned. You think about the animals, wondering how they're doing, trusting that your colleagues are providing the same careful attention that you do during weekdays. Sunday evening, you prepare for the week ahead. Tomorrow is significant. The Parasaurolophus trial begins, requiring careful attention and additional monitoring. You pack your work bag with extra care, ensuring you have everything needed: multiple notepads for documentation, extra pens, your tablet loaded with the trial protocol, and monitoring forms, the presentation materials that are now standard for your tour presentations. You prepare tomorrow's lunch, set out tomorrow's clothes, review tomorrow's schedule one final time. Everything is ready. You're ready. Sleep Sunday night is good, deep and restorative, preparing you for the important week ahead. Monday morning arrives with anticipation. The alarm at 5:45 a.m., the practiced routine of preparation, the familiar drive through the park's morning awakening. But today feels different, more significant. Today the Parasaurolophus trial begins, putting weeks of planning into action. You arrive at the office at 6:39 a.m., even earlier than usual. The morning data review receives extra attention. You want to verify that weekend feeding was completely normal, establishing a clean baseline before the trial modifications begin. At 7 a.m., you call Sarah at the veterinary clinic. Morning. Ready for today? Ready. I'll be at the Parasaurolophus paddock at 9:00 a.m. to observe the first modified feeding. I want to see how the animals respond to the changed proportions. I'll meet you there. I'm finalising the modified feed preparation now. You spend the next 90 minutes in intense coordination. The feed prep crew receives detailed instructions about the modified meal compositions for Para 7 and Para 9, the two animals in the trial group. Reduced protein supplementation, adjusted base browse composition, modified portion sizes. Every detail must be exactly correct. At 8:45 a.m. you walk to the Parasaurolophus paddock with Karen from Feed Prep. You're both carrying tablets, ready to document every observation. The morning is warm and humid, typical June weather, but your attention is entirely focused on the upcoming feeding. Sarah arrives at 8:55 a.m. and the three of you position yourselves at the observation point with clear views of the feeding stations. At 9 a.m. the feeding begins. Para 7 and Para 9 approach their designated feeding stations, which are separated from the other animals' stations to ensure they receive the correct modified portions. Both animals begin eating without hesitation, showing no apparent awareness that today's meal is different from yesterday's. You watch intently, making notes. 9:01 am, Para 7 begins eating. Normal approach behaviour, no hesitation. 9:03 am, Para 9 at feeding station, eating steadily. Both animals showing typical feeding posture and rate. Sarah is watching through binoculars, observing the animals' body language and behaviour. They look completely comfortable. No signs of reluctance or uncertainty about the food. Karen is monitoring the RFID scales embedded in the feeding stations, watching real-time data about how much food each animal is consuming. Para 7 has eaten about 8 pounds in the first 5 minutes. That's consistent with her normal rate. The observation continues for 30 minutes. Both trial animals eat their modified portions completely, showing no behavioural differences from their normal feeding pattern. This is exactly what you hope to see. The modifications are small enough that the animals accept them without concern, but systematic enough that they should produce measurable results over the 4-week trial period. Excellent start, Sarah says, as the animals finish eating and move away from the feeding stations. That went as well as we could have hoped. You make final notes. First modified feeding completed successfully. Both animals consume 98 to 100% of provided portions. No behavioural anomalies observed. Continue monitoring. The trial has begun. Over the next 4 weeks, you'll monitor these two animals with extraordinary care, tracking weight changes, behavioural patterns, consumption rates, and health indicators. Every data point will be recorded, every observation documented, every trend analysed. This is applied nutrition science in action. Careful hypothesis, conservative testing, rigorous monitoring, commitment to animal welfare above all other considerations. If the trial succeeds, it will represent a small but meaningful optimization of the park's nutrition program. If it fails or shows any negative impacts, you'll revert immediately to standard protocols and analyse what went wrong. Either way, you'll learn something valuable about caring for these remarkable animals. The days following the trial's initiation settle into a new routine, the same fundamental pattern of work, but with additional monitoring and documentation focused on Para 7 and Para 9. Each morning brings careful review of their overnight consumption data. Each feeding event receives detailed observation and notation. Each weighing session is scheduled and conducted with precision. Tuesday. Morning data shows both trial animals ate normally overnight. Morning feeding observed, both animals consumed modified portions completely. Behavioural observations all normal. Weight check scheduled for Wednesday morning. Wednesday. Para 7 weighed at 7:30 a.m. before morning feeding. 2,847 pounds, unchanged from baseline. This is expected. Significant weight changes wouldn't occur after just 2 days. Para 9 weighed at 8 a.m. 2,634 pounds, also unchanged from baseline. Morning feeding proceeds normally. Both animals remain healthy and active. Thursday. Continued normal consumption. Sarah reports that behavioural observations show both animals integrating normally with the flock, participating in typical social interactions, showing appropriate energy levels. No concerns. Friday. End of first week of trial. You compile the weekly summary. 7 days of modified feeding completed. Both animals showing consistent consumption of 96 and 99% of provided portions, both maintaining stable body weight, both displaying normal behaviour. All indicators positive. The weekend passes with the trial animals under the care of weekend staff, who have been briefed on the monitoring protocol. You trust your colleagues to maintain the same careful attention, but you still check in Sunday evening, calling the on-duty nutritionist to confirm that the weekend went smoothly. No issues, reports Marcus, the weekend shift supervisor. Both animals ate normally, no behavioural concerns. I've documented everything in the trial log. Week 2 begins Monday. You're now 10 days into the 4-week trial, still in the early phase where changes would be unexpected, but vigilance is essential. The monitoring continues. Daily observations, twice-weekly weighings, constant attention to any signals that might indicate the modifications aren't working, as hypothesized. But the signals remain positive. Both animals continue eating well, maintaining body condition, displaying normal behavior. The control animals, the other 10 Parasaurolophus, who are receiving standard diet portions, provide comparison data showing that the trial animals are performing equivalently to their peers. Week 3 brings the first subtle positive indicator. Wednesday morning weigh-in shows Para 7 at 2,151 pounds, up 4 pounds from baseline. This is within normal variation and might just reflect water weight or digestive content, but it's trending in the right direction. Maintaining or slightly gaining weight while consuming fewer protein calories suggests that the hypothesis about metabolic efficiency is correct. Para 9 weighs 2,137 pounds, up 3 pounds from baseline. Again, subtle but positive. Sarah reviews the weight data during your weekly coordination call. The trend is good. They're maintaining body condition on the reduced protein supplementation, which suggests their metabolism is extracting protein efficiently from the lower concentration. Let's keep monitoring, but this is encouraging. Week 4 arrives, bringing the trial toward its conclusion. You're now 25 days into the 4-week protocol, with only a few days remaining before the final assessment. The accumulated data is consistently positive. Both trial animals have maintained excellent health throughout the modification period. Both show stable or slightly increasing weight. Both display normal behaviour and social integration. Thursday of week 4 brings the final weigh-in before the trial concludes. Para 7, 2,154 pounds, up 7 pounds from baseline. Para 9, 2,641 pounds, up 7 pounds from baseline. Both animals have gained modest weight during the trial period, indicating they're not just maintaining body condition, but actually thriving on the modified diet. Friday, you meet with Sarah and Dr. Harding to review the complete trial results. You present a comprehensive analysis, 4 weeks of data showing consistent consumption, stable health indicators, modest weight gain, normal behaviour throughout. All the evidence supports the hypothesis that younger Parasaurolophus extract protein more efficiently and can maintain health on moderately reduced protein supplementation. I'm convinced, Dr. Harding says after reviewing the data, this is a successful trial that demonstrates we can optimize the diet for these animals while maintaining excellent welfare. My recommendation is to extend the modified feeding to the entire subadult cohort. You feel professional satisfaction at the successful conclusion. 4 weeks of careful monitoring, hundreds of observations, systematic data collection, all supporting a hypothesis and validating an optimization. This is science working exactly as it should. Observe, hypothesize, test, analyze, conclude. I'll modify the standard feeding protocols to incorporate these findings, you say. We'll continue monitoring the expanded group to confirm the results hold across all subadults. The trial is complete. The work was successful. The animals are healthy and thriving. Another small optimization that makes the program slightly more efficient while maintaining the highest standards of animal care. June transitions into July. The trial concludes successfully. The modified diet is extended to all subadult Parasaurolophus, continuing to show positive results. The work continues its steady rhythm. Daily data reviews, feeding schedule management, supply chain coordination, documentation, and analysis. The park enters its summer peak season. Visitor numbers increase, bringing more tour groups and more requests for educational presentations. You find yourself giving presentations 3 or 4 times per week, sharing the work of nutrition management with interested visitors who appreciate the behind-the-scenes science. The InGen investor visit in mid-July goes smoothly. You present a comprehensive overview of the nutrition program, demonstrating cost efficiency, program effectiveness, and animal health outcomes. The investors ask good questions, express satisfaction with the program's professional management, and depart confident that their investment is being stewarded responsibly. July transitions into August. The tropical summer brings intense heat and frequent afternoon rain showers. The feeding schedules adapt slightly. Morning feedings start earlier to complete before peak heat, and evening feedings are timed to occur after the afternoon storms pass. The animals adjust naturally, displaying behavioural flexibility that shows healthy adaptation to environmental conditions. Your work continues its reliable pattern. Each day brings similar tasks: data review, schedule management, coordination, documentation. Each week brings its regular rhythms: staff meetings, supply deliveries, menu planning sessions. Each month brings its cyclical activities: inventory assessments, budget reviews, program evaluations. The repetition is not monotonous but meditative. You've come to appreciate the reliability of routine, the satisfaction of expertise applied consistently, the value of work that doesn't generate drama or excitement, but simply functions correctly. Day after day, week after week, month after month, August transitions into September. You've now been with the park for 3 years and 3 months. The work feels completely natural, your expertise deep and reliable. You know each animal as an individual, understand each species' unique requirements, can anticipate issues before they become problems. September afternoon, another Tuesday, like the one when this story began. You're at your desk reviewing morning feeding data, the same task you've performed thousands of times. The numbers display in familiar spreadsheet cells, green check marks confirming successful feeding events. But there's depth beneath the routine now. You understand not just what the numbers mean, but why they matter. Each check mark represents an animal that ate well, maintaining health that depends on your careful planning. Each data point reflects expertise applied professionally and consistently. The work is fundamentally routine. There's no drama in nutrition management when done well, no excitement in supply chain coordination, no adventure in documentation and data analysis. It's just professional work, applied carefully and consistently to ensure that animals thrive. But there's satisfaction in that. Deep professional satisfaction that comes from doing important work well, from contributing essential expertise to remarkable outcomes, from being part of something larger than yourself. Through your office window, the afternoon sun illuminates the feed storage silos. In those silos are tons of carefully selected materials, each chosen for specific nutritional properties. Those materials will be processed into meals calculated precisely for each animal's needs, distributed on carefully planned schedules, monitored to verify consumption, documented to create permanent records. And tomorrow morning, you'll arrive early, review overnight data, verify that feedings were completed appropriately, and begin planning the next cycle. The work will continue its reliable pattern, essential and professional, and deeply satisfying in its consistency. This is what working as a herbivore nutritionist at Jurassic Park is like during a regular Tuesday. It's not exciting, it's not dramatic, it's just professional work, carefully executed day after day after day. And that's exactly what these remarkable animals need. The afternoon passes in routine tasks, supply deliveries are coordinated, data is entered, emails are answered, the work continues with the steady rhythm that defines your professional life. Not exciting, but satisfying in its consistency and competence. By 6:00 p.m, another day is complete. You shut down your computer, organise your desk, and prepare to leave. The evening feeding confirmations have all come in positive. Tomorrow's schedule is planned. Everything is in order for the overnight period and Thursday morning's shift. You walk to your car through the tropical evening, the familiar path lit by overhead fixtures that cast pools of warm light on the concrete, the sounds of the park settling into night surround you. Distant animal calls, the rustle of palm fronds in the breeze, the hum of generators providing power to the facilities. At home, you go through the evening routine, simple dinner, reading for an hour, preparation for bed. The work was good today. The animals are healthy. The program is functioning as designed. Tomorrow will bring similar work, and you're ready for it. You may rest now, nutritionist. Jurassic Park will continue through the night, the herbivores grazing under tropical stars, the careful systems you maintain ensuring their continued health and welfare. Your work is done for today. The feeding schedules are set, the animals are cared for, the data is recorded. May your dreams be as organised as your filing system, as balanced as your nutritional formulas, as steady as your daily routines. May you rest deeply and wake refreshed, ready to continue the work of feeding extinct animals with modern scientific precision. Sleep now. Let the details of feeding schedules and inventory management fade into comfortable rest. Let the satisfaction of work well done carry you into peaceful sleep. Let the knowledge that you contribute essential expertise to keeping prehistoric animals healthy and thriving provide contentment. In a park where dinosaurs walk the earth again, where extinction has been reversed and the impossible has become real, someone still needs to calculate portion sizes and check calcium supplements. Someone still needs to review blood work and adjust feeding schedules. Someone still needs to ensure that these magnificent creatures receive the precise nutrition they require. And sometimes, during ordinary Tuesdays and Wednesdays and all the days that follow, that someone is you, but not now. Now is for rest, for recovery, for the deep sleep that comes after honest work, honestly done. Good night, nutritionist. Good night, keeper of feeding schedules. Good night, guardian of herbivore health. May your sleep be as peaceful as a brachiosaurus grazing at dawn, as contented as a triceratops, with a full belly, as deep as the commitment you bring to your work. The spreadsheets will wait until tomorrow. The animals are fed. The work is complete. Rest now, and let Jurassic Park watch over your dreams while you recover strength for tomorrow's careful, competent care. Sleep deeply. Sleep well. Good night.